Oh, I'm
You
on
there,
there.
Jason?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to get a coffee going.
All right.
All right, I had to press pause on the actual stream. It was echoing. All right, let me just. So I've, as you know, been a little busy. So I still have to catch up. What I'll do is, instead of just looking at the actual interview with you and Carson, I should just look at your response, right? Because I'll get everything and then I'll get more kind of thing to catch up on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I missed it. I was trying to. My mom's like, JD's on, and I was like, oh really? So I finished my rounds quick, and I'm like, oh, I missed you. Oh, I just realized I didn't change my handle. So mRNA in meat. You're gonna have to teach me this because this is new to me.
Okay. You understand how the mRNA technology works?
I mean, I understand that it's kind of the one that prints it out and replicates, but details, no.
Yeah. So the mRNA is a protein Xerox machine,
Yeah.
and any mRNA code that you put in will be copied and printed and printed and printed, and just like if you took a copy of your driver's license, put it in a Xerox machine and hit 1 million, it'll
Yeah.
just sit there and print out the copy over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned this morning watching Joel Salatin on this channel here that I've got up,
Yeah.
that they've been putting mRNA vaccines, which is really a misnomer. That's not a vaccine. Is where you put a a non-active
Yeah.
virus
Yeah.
so that your body doesn't get sick, but your
Yeah.
immune system has come in contact with the virus and it goes through a natural, more or less a natural immune response. This is different with the mRNA, where you're giving your you're giving your cells something to copy, a protein
Mm-hmm.
to copy. And so it turns out, according to there's been some, they're trying to pass a bill so that all meat that has been treated with, where the animals have been treated with mRNA technology, because according to the science, it doesn't matter whether you are injected with this technology or if you eat it, it's still going to enter your cells and it's going to cause you to copy these proteins and print out these proteins. So apparently, unbeknownst to me, found out today that they were having some apparently congressional hearings trying to pass a new law mandating that they label these meats so that people can make an informed choice about whether or not they want to consume this mRNA technology. And according to Joel Salatin, are you familiar with Joel Salatin?
Yeah, the regenerative farmer.
Yeah, this him on the screen there
Okay.
on the right. According to him, he's been paying attention to these hearings. According to him, they've been putting this in the meat since 2012. And I did do some research and I found articles alluding to that fact.
So just give me a sec so that I keep on following. Okay. So I do kind of very, non-complex. I get it. It's the one that will, print out. So okay, that's messenger RNA. Now you're talking about messenger RNA technology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now so before talking about the cows, so we understand that there's the Xerox machine. Now you have the Xerox machine technology. So just repeat it again, like before going to the cows, like Okay, so what's the purpose of this technology? What are they doing? What are they putting it in for, and what benefit is to them? Like, what's happening unknowingly, health wise, or
Okay. As I understand it, for instance, the damaging with the medical situation that we've been dealing with this virus. This virus causes your cells to manufacture these spike proteins. These spike proteins are very much what they're described as. They're like, analogy would
okay.
be,
Sorry, I get it. I get it. You're talking like the technology that was used for the V.
yes,
Okay, so it's information that's injected, which is basically it tells it to create this spike protein. So now you're saying, what are they doing? They're putting that in the meat so that technically they could put information inside the technology that's incorporated in our food, and then when we eat it, we unknowingly get the same benefits of the vaccine. Is this what you're saying?
yes.
Jeez. Well,
So
I'm not surprised. Like I know that I know that they're doing. I mean, look at the medicinal egg kind of ties in with not the technology, but the idea of putting whatever they want, pharmaceuticals, into food, and especially when everything becomes more and more centralized and more plant based, because they're gonna, I guess, economically. They're going to economically limit the meat consumption to a certain extent, right? They're going to do the propaganda, brainwashing, where a lot of people just think, yeah, plant based is more healthy, But then after they're just going to demonize it further, and then they're going to say it's bad for the environment. So then they're going to tax it with a carbon tax, and then even if people like are meat eaters, they might not be able to afford it. So it's like an economic way of manipulating. Anyways, it's a little bit on a tangent. Go ahead. I'm listening for this.
well, this whole thing makes me realize that there was a whole nother level of reason why a certain carnivore influencer who was apparently affiliated with the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. National Cattlemen's Beef Association is controlled by companies like McDonald's, Tyson Foods, JBS, Cargill, and these are some of the main players in the push for plant-based fake meats.
Yeah.
It seems counterintuitive because these are meat companies. Why would they want to put themselves out of business? Part of that is because these companies have become associated with the pharmaceutical industry.
Okay.
Directly and also through organizations like the WEF.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you look into it, you'll see that Tyson Foods, a meat company, has started its own plant-based meat business.
Yeah.
McDonald's, they've got a plant-based burger. I guess they may even have plant-based chicken nuggets. You've got Cargill doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So all of these major meat companies are positioning themselves to move into plant-based mock meats.
Oh, I mean, it's all just a bunch of cheap subsidized grains and stuff like that. I mean, it is more lucrative because they don't have to put it into a ruminant to ferment anything. They can just feed it to us and tell us that it's healthy.
Well, yeah, that, and also the livestock industry receives just a fraction of the subsidies of things like soybeans and corn. So the the profit margin is boosted by the subsidies that make them cheaper to produce.
Yeah.
And then they're being sold on the shelf for a premium as well. They're like $2-3 a pound more expensive than the real meat. So,
maybe towards the end, maybe we can talk if you know anything about what's the other weird thing that they were cancer cells. Like is that true about like the lab grown meat, that there's like a cancer cell and that's how it propagates it, or is that conspiracy, or is that
no, that's not that's not conspiracy. That's you can't take a regular cell and have it just reproduce, divide and divide and divide and divide and divide and divide. That's got to be done with what they call immortalized cells, and that by definition is a cancer tumor.
Okay.
So yes, lab grown meat, there's lots of articles about it. Lab grown meat is cancer, so it's a glorified tumor.
That's disgusting.
And also the like organizations like the FDA, they do not allow the meat industry to sell cancer tumors. Like you can't cut a tumor out of a cow, cut it up into pieces, process it, package it, and sell it to consumers because of the danger of eating cancer. Meanwhile, they want to lab grow cancer and feed it to us under the false, under the guise that it's meat, lab grown meat.
They're doing the same thing that they did with Crisco when, mothers were cooking with lard and butter. Then they had the big Crisco cookbook. It was a huge push. Basically, what was the initial Crisco? Was it cottonseed? I think it was, wasn't it? I'm not sure.
I believe you're right. Cottonseed oil.
Yeah, so it went from like a industrial lubricant. So you had the cottonseed oil that was a waste, a byproduct. So they made money. And then after you had lubrication, then they got really smart. And then they're like, well, why don't it's vegetable? So why don't we give it to humans and stuff like that? And that's what they did. It's like, oh, not this animal stuff. That's gross. That's animal. It's death. This is clean and it's in a lab. It's the same principle. They're redoing this idea that if it's from a lab, it's great,
Yeah, they've got people thinking that this stuff is made. Same thing with the supplements, that it's made in a lab, and they harvest unicorn farts and run it through some type of magic, a wizard's hat, and out comes either lab grown meat or B12. But the truth is that these are petroleum dependent processes that produce tons of methane into the atmosphere. Petroleum dependent. So, as petroleum gets more and more scarce, we get closer and closer to the end of a dead end street.
Yeah.
And those processes will become more and more expensive over time as well.
Yeah.
So let's listen to Joel Salatin and Melissa here as he explains what he's been watching with these congressional hearings concerning the mRNA that's been in our meat. Apparently is in the supermarket meat right now.
So if you want to just start us out a little bit with the mRNA vaccines, specifically for livestock, and then, of course, how that translates into our food supply.
Right. So, like most people, I'd never heard. Melissa, had you ever heard of mRNA before COVID?
No, I hadn't.
No. All right.
It's completely new term to me.
So I'm in the same boat. So most of us thought, including me.
I had actually heard of mRNA because in my college degree, kinesiology, is really the degree plan is very little different as opposed to a pre-med degree. So in human physiology, you'll learn all about mRNA.
Mhm.
And sometimes it's called maternal RNA because you inherit it from
Okay.
your mother. So everyone's got their mother's RNA, mRNA. All
Okay.
right.
As naive as we are, thought that this mRNA thing really developed in 2020 when Trump fast-paced that technology for COVID, and we all heard about mRNA. This is
And I actually don't think that he fast paced it. According to my research, these things were already created. The patents were already
Okay.
in the books.
new dramatic thing, and da da da. Well, it turns out that the livestock industry has been in this game for a long, long time. This was not new technology. It was new for humans, but it was not really new for animals or even mammals. And so probably this story really broke from Dr. Joe Mercola. He broke it about a month ago.
Are you familiar with Mercola?
Yeah, he's a doctor, and he does a lot of topics about holistic and stuff like that. Am I right? Or no? I remember during keto summer. I remember seeing him a lot. Obviously he does a lot, but yeah, I heard of it. But continue to give me more details about it.
Yeah, for the most part, he tells the truth. I've heard him on some subjects spread some falsehoods. I'm not sure whether or not he knew that he was not. He was. I don't know if he knew he was misinforming people. But there are a few things that he's got wrong. But for the most part, he's hitting the nail on the head.
Okay.
And it's now really gained momentum, and it's been corroborated now. Right now, Missouri has a House bill right now in the legislature to prohibit unlabeled mRNA food without a label. And in the testimony, different, especially cattlemen, have.
So what do you think, Jason? Do you think that we should have a right to be informed and make a choice on whether or not we want to consume this technology in our food?
Would be appreciated.
Would be appreciated. I agree.
Testified. What the testimony has brought out is that the livestock industry has been using this for a long time. So the poultry industry began using it about 2012. And the pork industry began using it about 2015. And
so poultry's been putting this in their meat since 2012.
Okay.
Pork since 2015. This has come out in the legislature testimony pursuing this bill to label. So this makes me realize why the National Cattlemen's Beef Association would hire influencers to infiltrate the carnivore community to encourage people to bypass local producers and just go to the supermarket based on the pretense that it's cheaper. And so there might be a lot of people who have been consuming this product, and a lot of them have unsubscribed from my channel whenever I would discourage the purchase of supermarket meat. It's going to be quite the comeuppance if these people look up and find out that they've got a permanent mRNA Xerox element going on.
It's pretty serious. We already have the medicinal egg that is basically pharmaceuticals as well, that you ingest that food, and inside the stuff combines magically, and you're actually getting the medication. So they could be putting these kind of eggs. They could be using the spermicidal corn, and then they could be using this, and that's why they're removing all our rights to gain food independently. I live over here in Booneyville. It's Farmville, and all of a sudden we bought 32 chickens for this summer, and now that it's like, oh, you're allowed 6. What are you talking about? People have acres of land around here, but you're only allowed 6. So like, why? What's the point? And it's like, at the price of food, I don't want to eat the grocery store. I don't trust it anymore. I want to eat my own eggs, and I'm allowed to have 32. I'm allowed if things are too expensive. Why are you limiting? Like I guess there's no private property. That's just an illusion at this point. You know, it gets on my nerve.
Yeah.
Livestock and the cattle industry began using it about 2 years ago. Okay. Now, the National Cattlemen Beef Association, NCBA, of course, they've come out with a press release. There are no licensed, mRNA things, right?
I saw that.
But Melissa, this is typical clever speak. That they are correct. There is no FDA licensed mRNA. I don't even like to call them that.
So the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, which is affiliated with the World Economic Forum, they're saying that there's no licensed mRNA technology, which is true, but the problem is that they're not bothering to license it. It's completely unregulated. And a lot of these vaccines, I think that Joel will say this in a moment, that these vaccines have been altered to mRNA, away from traditional technology. Yeah. And the cattle farmers, pig farmers, poultry farmers are not being told the difference between one technology and another. They're just going to get a vaccine and they don't know what's in it.
Yeah.
And so they're,
well, see, it opened a precedence, right? It's like, hey, let's see if the public are willing to just like not even just bypass all those studies, like forget the preclinical. Let's just create so much fear that people will be begging for an untested, happy, healthy treatment.
Let's don't get into that. Let's don't get into that subject.
I didn't say
vaccines. They're gene therapy, and everybody.
We're focusing on livestock vaccines today.
He's trying to, figure out what to call them. They're not the old traditional vaccines with live serum and all that stuff. They're a gene therapy manipulation, and so
I actually think that's not the correct way to describe this. It's not a gene therapy manipulation. Like I said, it's like you've got a Xerox machine in your cell that manufactures proteins, and it's always manufacturing proteins. Mm-hmm. So your cell gives it the original to copy, and then it makes copies of that. So it's giving it a new original that's not a natural original, and it goes into the cell, and this natural Xerox machine makes copies of this new novel protein. And so, how can you predict what the effect of a certain protein may have? We know that some proteins are toxic to human beings. So how do you know whether or not you're going to be sensitive to it or not? Well, you probably won't know until your ailments and you go to the doctor, and sometime in the future where they're actually disclosing the fact that, you've got this, you're making copies of a protein that you're allergic to or what have you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There are numerous categories of use preceding a license. So there is a trial category, an emergency category. That's what the COVID mRNA came in under. See, COVID mRNA hasn't been licensed either, but it's under an emergency category. There is a conditional category. So there are numerous categories pre-licensing. And so the NCBA can say, well, there's nothing licensed, and basically assume that everybody's going, well, okay, there's end of discussion, nobody's using it, blah, blah, blah. But actually, there are numerous categories where it is being used, and the Missouri testimony has brought this out quite clearly.
So they're just simply not regulating it, so no one's required to have a license, but they're telling people that there's no licensed mRNA vaccines for livestock, which is technically true, but they're insinuating that since there's no licensed vaccines, that no one's using it. However, they're using it despite no regulations or licensing mechanisms in place. Right.
Yeah.
Farmers are using it, and it's not on the label, and it's not, it's in these special categories. So an obvious question is, well, what's the big push? Why suddenly is all this being pushed? Well, it's because consumers pushed back against antibiotics. So the antibiotic battle has been going on for 4 decades.
Now, I haven't heard what Mercola has said. I suspect that this is Mercola's spin on the situation.
What's your thoughts on him, though? Is he like I know about him. I actually never watch him. Is he legit, or is he kind of like just
who, Mercola?
Just everything?
Mercola?
Yeah, is he decent, or is he like, no, he's trustable?
Well, in my opinion, he's controlled opposition.
Yeah.
So someone who's controlled opposition will tell you the truth somewhere between 90% of the time and 99% of the time. And then that opens people's trust so that you can lie to them 1 to 10% of the time, depending on who you are and what phase of any operation it might be. But it's a controlled opposition. Now, people will say, oh God, here comes Garland Farm, he's a conspiracy theorist. Look, man, just go to Google, put this in quotes, these words, convicted of conspiracy, and then go to news, and you'll see that people are being convicted of conspiracies of all kinds on a daily basis. So this idea that it's ridiculous. I mean, do you know what happened if you were a defense attorney and you walked into a court of law, your client was being charged with some type of conspiracy charge, and you told the judge that the whole case should be thrown out because the prosecution has just conjured up a conspiracy theory?
Yeah.
You probably get disbarred for that type of dishonest discourse.
Yeah, it's become like when you hear conspiracy, you don't even have to add theory to it. It's just people, most of the time we only hear it maybe not legally, you'll hear it, but for laymen, conspiracy, like we hear theory. It's a conspiracy. People don't even add it as if it's what's the definition? It's a group of people secretly conspiring against another group, kind of thing, for malicious intent, I guess would be the thing,
Yeah,
right?
two or more people secretly planning to do something bad.
Yeah, malevolent. Yeah, and it's like,
Yeah,
no,
so
that never happens, JD.
Right, that's complete fantasy, right? No two people have never.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not a valid excuse, or that's not a valid distraction. That's just if that's your chosen distraction, then there's something wrong with you, not the person that's supposedly theorizing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back to it.
Yep. Cool.
As more and more people and as more antibiotic use, superbugs, MRSA, C. diff.
So what he's saying, and again, I'm not sure because I haven't heard it, but I'm guessing that this is Mercola's spin on it, that the rush into this mRNA technology is being blamed on the public's rejection of antibiotics. I don't think there's been a big rejection of antibiotics by the public.
Everyone runs to the doctor when they have 3 days of sniffles asking for antibiotics. I'm surprised. I've never heard of people going to I've heard of people going and demanding and the doctor doesn't give and they get pissed. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, so I don't really buy this excuse for rushing into this technology. I think it's for some other reason.
More nefarious reasons.
Well, I'm just going to say for some other reason. I don't think it's because of a public backlash against antibiotics. People are out there and more concerned with what's going on TikTok than they are anything to do. They're not thinking about their food at all for the most part.
And as antibiotics, the medical community, we're losing our antibiotics. Everybody's aware of this. And so the pushback in the consumer advocacy world against antibiotics.
Again, I don't see any evidence of this, but go ahead.
In livestock has gotten, pretty enormous, to the point where they're not outlawed, but they're not like they've been. All right.
Yeah. I think that Joel is a little bit off base with that.
Yeah.
So the industry is desperate for a substitute, because far be it from the industry to change the way they produce things and not, raise them in, pathogen toxin, baths of concentrated animal feeding operations. And so this is so the substitution and the beauty think about this from a messaging standpoint, Chick-fil-A or Tyson or whatever. Hey, we're not using antibiotics anymore. But hey.
Well, this is a good point that he's making here, in that apparently when they advertise something like antibiotic-free meat, that this is meat that has more than likely been exposed to this mRNA technology that we might be consuming if we're buying supermarket meat.
We're using mRNA, of course they don't tell you that. They're just saying these are antibiotic-free chickens, antibiotic-free. And so they got all this wonderful, marketing message equity in the consumer grocery basket, when actually there's something deadlier coming along, which is mRNA. And so right now, there's a lot of speculation. So I'm not going to speculate about whatever side effects, what's happening. But what we've seen from the mRNA jabs in COVID, it is certainly reasonable to think that many of those side effects will occur in livestock. And one thing that we do.
Yeah, I think it probably depends on what is the protein that they're giving your cells to copy. Is it a spike protein? Is it some other benign protein? I'm sure that this technology could be potentially used in a good way. Mm-hmm. But if you're programming your cells, and apparently this technology doesn't stay like locally in the deltoid, it's everywhere. It goes to your brain, it goes to your other deltoid, it goes to your genitals, it goes to your toes, and so it goes to your arteries. So all of your cells are copying this protein, and if it's a harmful protein, then apparently that's what's causing like the inflammation of the heart and so forth.
Okay.
Is that the mRNA does transfer genetically. So if you eat a T-bone steak with the mRNA in it, you're going to have the mRNA. So those of us who have not gotten the jab because we didn't want the mRNA, the question is, well, now am I going to get it the next time I go eat meat at Applebee's? And one of the big problems is that it doesn't have to be labeled. You remember RBGH in
yeah, this absolutely must be labeled. Anyone that argues against labeling, I don't think could be trusted, because that's part of informed consent, is that we deserve to be informed on what we're being offered to consume. And if we're demanding that they label, it's it's difficult because, for instance, believe it or not, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association here in the U.S. is the reason why U.S. beef, or the beef that's sold in U.S. supermarkets, can be labeled as made in the USA, even if it was imported from Brazil or Nicaragua or North Korea. It can be made anywhere in the world, and according to the law, they can put a made in the USA sticker on it.
In milk and dairy.
Yes.
Do you know RBGH came in as a conditional trial thing, and it was used extensively in dairy for 8 years before it ever had to go on the label.
So this is a pattern where they bring in these novel technologies whose effects are unpredictable and perhaps potentially damaging, and it takes a public backlash to actually get them to do their due diligence and label it so that we can make an informed decision on what we put into our bodies.
And
Isn't that something?
It is. So here we are in the same boat crossing the same river with the mRNA, and the probably the worst part of the whole thing is that farmers and ranchers who go to the store and pick up a vaccine, they don't know whether it's the old style or the mRNA.
Yeah.
Because it's not designated on the shelf.
Yeah, so there's multiple layers of where they're not labeling it, where they're not disclosing important information. I saw someone in the comments there saying that they don't think that the spike protein is dangerous. Well, that's fine and dandy if that's what you believe, but the rest of us have questions, and we have a right to know whether or not something that's being offered to us as a livestock vaccine or something that's being offered to us in the meat section of HEB, we have a right to know. And just because you want to dismiss any possible danger doesn't mean that your own trust in the machine has to be forced on everyone else. So you have to step aside and let the rest of us be informed so that we can consent to what we choose to be, what we choose to consume. Otherwise, you're part of the problem.
And that's the real tragedy. So right now, the only way to really protect yourself is to not use any vaccines, or if you're a farmer or rancher, that it's the old style serum vaccine and not the mRNA. But it's a real confusing adulteration of our food system, and the watchdogs are asleep at the wheel. And of course,
well, that's again, they're not asleep at the wheel. Unfortunately, the watchdogs are also affiliated and associated with the WEF, and that can be proven. So someone wants to step up and scream conspiracy theorist, just look, you'll see that these watchdog groups, these government entities that are supposed to be watching out for consumer safety are, they're bought and paid for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Those of us who are fairly libertarian, we don't expect the watchdogs to do anything anyway. So it's not a surprise that it doesn't matter. But it's just, it's the same boat crossing the same river.
Yeah. And what I find sad is how so many consumers, because I think most people are good. I do believe that most of humanity are actually good. And we think,
except for the mainstream vegan activists and animal rights activists,
that it would be labeled. I was even having this discussion with my husband because we were talking about some different brands of products, and he has some favorites. And I said, please don't buy this anymore, because I genuinely do not want this in our home. I don't feel comfortable with any of us eating this. And he said, well, what would be wrong with this? Like, it's just a bread product. And I said, honey, it says right here on the label, it says made from bioengineered ingredients, and that's GMO. And because he hadn't actually read the label, it's just been something that he grew up with and, in his household for a.
Now, when you talk about GMO, there are really, in my mind, there's two dangers to GMO. First of all, when you genetically modify something, you'll create new proteins. So the effect of a new protein on human physiology per individual is not predictable. So you never know when someone may have a terrible reaction to a specific protein. Like a lot of the toxins in plants are proteins. For instance, gluten is a defense protein in wheat and other grains.
Are the lectins and tannins, those are proteins too? Like I know the words, I know they're anti-nutrients, but those are proteins too.
Right. Yeah, so one of the dangers of GMO is these novel proteins that have an unpredictable effect on a human's physiology and biochemistry. And then the other one, of course, is that usually when they genetically modify a plant food, what they're doing is they're altering it so that this plant will be resistant to pesticides like Roundup or glyphosate. And because it's resistant to the pesticide, they drench these plants in it, and it kills all the weeds and doesn't kill the plant. But then, of course, you look at the studies and they're finding high levels of glyphosate in children's cereals. You're finding it in tortillas, pasta, so that poison, the genetic modification allows them to marinate our food in pesticides, and these pesticides have been proven to cause cancer, which is why Bayer has set aside billions and billions and billions of dollars to settle lawsuits against them for causing cancer.
A long time. I mean, he was genuinely shocked. And I said, they're putting it on the labels now. They're not saying GMO, they're saying bioengineered, which means the same thing. But I said, we cannot assume that anything that is big, large, agriculture, that type of thing, you cannot assume that it's being done safely or even ethically anymore. I don't feel.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's why I've been for years trying to get the meat eating community, the carnivore community, the keto community, the anti-vegan community to purchase local, organic, grass-fed, non-vaccinated livestock or meat from livestock. I'll tell everyone now that in case you haven't heard me plug this, but there's a website that goes by the name of eatwild.com, and you can go there and they've got a map of the United States, a map of Canada, and you can click on the map in your area and find local producers that you can purchase healthy meat from. That's the animals have been treated humanely, not fed a bunch of GMO grains, and bypass this supermarket mRNA scenario.
And I think your point there is well made, and we don't make it enough. In that as you scale up, as you get higher and higher on that industrial scale, the chances of integrity are less and less and less. I've kind of come to the conclusion, whatever, if there's anything big enough to be advertised on TV, you probably shouldn't buy it. I mean, that becomes a little bit of a litmus test for me. If you can afford TV advertising, that's probably bigger than you want to deal with. And to make another point on.
You there, John? Jason? Oh, what happened?
I popped out.
I got you.
Then I couldn't get back in.
All right.
I was listening the whole time though. Okay. I realized that I still had the joke. I love my Sky Daddy from the people.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, okay, well, they're gonna wonder why that, and I'd like them to know my channels. Go ahead.
I gotcha. Okay, there we go.
On that, organic certification has never, they've never made a point of vaccination. Even the old stuff.
What he's saying here is that if you go to the grocery store and you buy organic meat, and you think by buying organic meat, you're going to guard yourself against consuming some type of unpredictable vaccine, that's not the case. The organic designation, the organic label, the watchdog, the government entity that controls that, does not control or differentiate between vaccinated meat and non-vaccinated meat. That is not part of the organic label differentiation.
At
Style
this
vaccination. Organics has stayed out of the vaccination debate from day one. Organic certification has never taken a position on vaccination. And guess what? They're sitting this one out as well. And so you can't just say, well, this is organic certified, so I'm sure it doesn't have the mRNA. And no, that's not true at all.
So this is another reason why you should buy local, get to know a local meat producer so that you can actually come on his farm. And, I had people, whenever I was selling meat, I had people coming out here and where I'd give them a tour. It was an open door policy. Anyone that wanted to see any facet of my operation were welcome to come in and do so.
Yeah. Can you see the chickens? A little.
Oh yeah, nice.
Man, they grow fast. So sorry for cutting you off there, but they little every day that you can see boom, 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 boom. Supposedly like 2 months and they can start laying eggs. I'm like, okay. But like everything's a lie too. Like you want to buy olive oil. Even they've done studies like Consumer Watchdog kind of thing. And even like very expensive, Italy and stuff like that. And they're tainted with seed oils. It's like, why not, right? I mean, seed oils are they don't taste like anything. Like if you get canola or we don't use soybean as much here, but they don't really have a taste. So they'll blend right into everything. And I saw recently, specifically on Canada, about mislabeling. Fish is called this and it's not that. And meat, it's just so it's like you can't trust anything. Like if the more you look into it, you're like, oh yeah, they're screwing us over here. Oh yeah, they're at this point. I don't trust any label. They could just be slapping on any label and putting all sorts of garbage because that's where I'm seeing everything. It's everywhere. So
yeah,
which
and
is
that's
like you say, exactly like you said, local or homestead or do it yourself. It was eatwild.ca for Canada, because you had given it to me once, but for the grass-fed archive there of locations.
Here, let me pull it up,
because I want to do it on my YouTube channel, so at least people can look.
Here it is. You're in Canada, look right there. I'm putting the link in the comments. And then if you're in the continental United States, then this will be your and that one's the US. And then here's the District of Columbia right there. And then international, I think all they've got right now is Puerto Rico. So there's 4 different sources, 4 different resources, one resource, but 4 different geographical areas. where you can get on there and find, chances are you'll find a local producer of beef, eggs, chicken, etc., turkey, pork, and those people need your business. You need their product. You don't want to be consuming some unknown technology. And these local producers are battling these entities that don't necessarily have our best interest in mind. So it's good that they be rewarded with your patronage.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, you've convinced me, because I know when I was just doing a carnivore stuff, I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't thinking about like, okay, well, diet for health, but that if you want to keep on having a diet that's healthy, then you have to advocate for the actual healthy food that's being squashed out. They just want to kill farmers like you, and I'm sure that's everywhere. So,
yeah, I tried to sell meat for about a year, but the overhead's really high when you're selling meat. There's a lot of equipment that you have to buy. You have to get, there's government red tape that every layer of it requires some type of fee. There's insurance that you have to carry, packaging, all of that. And in addition to just the regular cost of producing livestock, having livestock slaughtered, processed, packaged, USDA inspected, every layer of that, has a cost. And I was hoping that I could get enough support to get that off the ground. But after a little over a year, I realized that I wasn't getting the support that I needed. And so that's one reason why I encourage people now to support those independent producers out there while you can, because the system is set up against them. They need your support, because it's not just for their benefit, but it's for your own benefit, because it has a direct influence on your own food security, your own food safety, etc.
Yeah. Well, that's why my plan next is I don't know if I could handle a cow from chickens to a cow. Like, what would you suggest? I mean, I only have an acre. Like Michelle's parents had one cow, and it was the size of the yard. But I don't know. Like, I would end up probably having to buy feed that was going to be anyways grain from the local co-op. Like, what the hell would I feed the cow? Where do I get the grassland stuff?
Yeah, you don't. If you've only got, a yard or an acre, then you really don't have any business going into cattle. You could potentially support, a goat or a sheep, some chickens. They make those pygmy goats. They're a miniature goat that might be ideal for a situation like that. But then, of course, you'd want to take your 1 acre and divide it up into quadrants, fourths or fifths or sixths, so that you can rotationally graze them, put them on a piece of it, let them eat that down, move them to the next one, let them eat that down, and let them spend a certain number of days in each paddock, so that by the time you get back to paddock 1, 30 or 40 days have passed and it needs to be pruned again, rather than just giving them the whole yard where they're walking all over the place every day. They're eating here, they're eating there, and that causes overgrazing, and it actually does the reverse of what you're trying to do with regenerative ruminant grazing systems.
Okay, so I'm showing my ignorance here in farming, because I say grassland, but like in my backyard it's just grass, like lawn grass. Like, do they eat that? Like, that's good enough for them, or I would love stuff growing, It
depends on the animal. Depends on the species. That would probably be fine for sheep.
Okay.
Because sheep are grazers like cattle. Okay. For goats, it wouldn't be appropriate, because goats are browsers. They're not grazers, they're browsers.
They would.
Yeah, they go for tree leaves, bushes, weeds. You know,
Shoes.
they start up here and then they move down, versus
Okay.
a cow and a sheep that starts down and works their way up. So they,
Oh,
and that's why they're a larger acreage. They're actually complementary. You can, in fact, you can use both of them simultaneously, or you can take goats and make something more appropriate for cattle by having the goats prune down what the cattle don't eat, and that allows that vegetation that the cattle do eat
yeah.
to proliferate. And you can do the same thing vice versa with sheep or cows. You
Yeah.
can graze down what the goats don't eat and make it more appropriate. You know, let the forages that the goat would be more apt to eat proliferate.
So, because the issue too would be, I'm in Canada, so I'm not in Texas where they can be outside like all year round. So then I'd have to build a shelter for the lamb from a baby, let's say, that I buy to eating them. How long does that take?
Well, it depends on, you know, the species.
The quickest. Tell me which.
Sheep is going to be, sheep would probably be most appropriate. A sheep is going to have wool, right? It's got wool, so you've got something to help keep it warm during the winter months.
That's good. Okay.
So that would be more appropriate. It's I think the gestation on sheep, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's 5 months, as opposed to a cow is 9 months, like a human being. So the length of gestation is almost 50% less. So you've got a live animal, and about 60% of the time that it would take a calf to drop. And then, of course, you can basically eat them at whatever age you want. I mean, traditionally with goats, you know, they'd be eaten at, 4 to 6 months. They don't usually grow to full adulthood.
What about a pig?
Sometimes they do.
What about like a pig? You know, so it's like, because let's say, forget about the cow. The cow, I'll chip in with people and go buy the cow from the farmers. That seems to make more sense.
Yep.
Chickens, that's great. Even though we're only allowed 6. I'm kind of like, you know, the Americans with the guns, like, take my chickens out of my cold dead hands. You know, it's like, screw you, man. I'm gonna fight that. I'm gonna be like, no. I moved here outside of a freaking, you know, urbanized area so I could have peace and quiet and have a little bit of, you know, independence. And now they're passing these laws. I think there's somebody, one of my friends, there was something about you're allowed 6 chickens per 5,000 square feet. So if we have an acre, how much, how many is with 45, 40? I don't know how much an acre square feet is. 45 or 45, like about 45,000. I think so. It's more than 5,000. So technically they should judge it by 6 chickens per 5,000 square feet. So if you have the bigger land, then you should be able to have more chickens.
Are you asking me a question?
No, I was complaining at that point, but what about pigs? Because if I have chickens, I like the lamb thing seems really doable, so I would go for that. Now, what about a pig? Is a pig difficult to handle? Because ideally, I'd like to feed the pig all the scraps, the leftovers, and then I can make food from the pig eventually. Or what are your thoughts on that? That's stupid.
Well, if you've got chickens already, they can eat those scraps. They're monogastrics, much like the pig is.
Okay.
So if you have chickens and then you get a pig, are you going to have enough scraps, you know, to feed both?
So monogastric, like a pig would eat like meat and stuff too, right? Or no?
Yeah.
But chickens will eat meat and stuff. I know they eat
bugs. Oh yeah. They prefer it. In fact, I've got videos on my channel that I feature the chickens. I put out a bowl of corn and a bowl of organic Garland grass-fed beef, and they go straight for the beef and they gobble it up, boy.
That would
Same
be a
thing
good
with
You
same
have a
thing with
video?
liver.
You have a video of that? Because that
Yeah.
would be a good video, just like watch the show, you know?
Let me see if I've got it. I'll see if I can pull it up.
I like it when the vegans, try and convince people that their child will naturally go for the vegetables first. I've seen that like on a vegan YouTube. So she puts it, and then like the kid's going towards the meat. She's like, "No, look, it's over here." It's like, yeah, the kid doesn't want your broccoli, let him, mom. Go ahead.
All right. Here it comes.
Okay.
Here we go.
Love the title. So I guess these are the only chickens that vegans would want to kill.
Yeah, well, they want all domesticated animals to be eradicated.
Yeah, like bred out, just stop breeding them.
But the fact that that they prefer meat, yeah, that makes them a double target.
There's three stupid vegans over there.
Well, they don't even, those chickens over there in the corn, they don't really understand that there's meat over
There's
there.
meat. They can't see it yet. It's the first ones. That's cool, man.
They're like piranhas.
Wow. Done. And then the majority are like, I don't want that grain. I'm well fed. They still rather peck the empty meat bowl than turn around and get the grains.
Yeah, monogastrics are meat eaters. A monogastric mammal, or it doesn't have to be a mammal, monogastric animal does not have a rumen, does not have a functioning cecum, so they're not able to gain any nutrition from fiber.
Yeah, there's no
And they can't digest cellulose. So they've got to have, they've got to have meat. And for chickens, that can, some chicken farmers actually go out on the highway and collect like deer and things that have been hit by cars, bring it back to their chickens, and the chickens eat it like like buzzards or something.
We're already hillbillies around here, and now you're gonna get me picking up roadkill now for the damn chickens. Thanks a lot, JD, because now I will do it.
Yeah, just don't let Trudeau get wind of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You see those little baby chicks going after it too.
Yeah. I wonder if my little yellow chicks where they would probably go, the little ones. I'll scare Michelle. I'll be like, check this out. And they like eat it fast, man. It's like, oh. But I'm like, duh. I know that chickens will eat their own egg. So I don't know why I didn't realize. Well, yeah, then they would eat like other animal products.
Yeah. Of course, you don't want them eating their own eggs, but if they ever learn that that's there and you're not providing them enough protein, then they'll definitely eat their own eggs.
Yeah.
I've heard some people try to explain that away by saying that you're not giving the chickens enough calcium. I think in most cases that's not the case. I think in most cases you're probably not giving them enough protein and saturated fat.
Which one's the those annoying vegans? You know, the one that had the pet in there? That
Yeah, I think that's right.
whole funeral.
Yeah,
Well, they were just
bizarre.
refeeding the pet chicken. I like your cinematography. Is
I like the way they wipe their beaks off like that.
that was an expensive meal for the chickens, though.
It would be if you bought it at a grocery store, but if you're growing your own beef, you can do that from time to time. You wouldn't want to do it every day, but I think it helps them to give them a nutritional boost.
Yeah,
like
and,
that.
then it benefits from the eggs are more nutritious, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if
Yeah,
they
you
don't
should
get
see
enough
the
protein,
eggs.
stop laying eggs, right? Or
Yeah, they need protein.
yeah. Yeah, is it legit? Let's say if I buy a bag of flax once in a while, I put it in their feed. Is it supposed to? Are they're able to convert it into actual DHA and EPA from the plant omega-3?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to
Oh, I'm
that.
just going by, like they have the store-bought ones, and then they have the higher omega, and they said flax. So I'm like, well, it's just, I don't know, maybe.
Here's another carnivore chicken video that I made. Check this one. It's got a snake.
I was gonna say, is that a worm? Oh, jeez. Wow. Would you see herbivores sometimes also might eat like something that's meat, like a dead animal? Would they, like a deer or something, or they?
I don't think that a deer would eat like a rotting dead animal, but I think that if it sensed that it needed a shot of protein,
Yeah, if it was
the
hungry.
deer would, if it was out foraging and came across, for instance, some baby quail on the ground, or maybe some nesting cottontail baby rabbits. They've been filmed opportunistically consuming animals that way. But I don't think that they are scavengers. I don't think that they'll, walk up to a dead animal and like a buzzard begin to rip into it. I don't think you'll see that. All right. You want to, how much time do we have?
My wife is not here yet, so until she gets here, there's no problem. I can continue, and then when she arrives, I can say I just went on. I'm only going to be on for an hour. I get an hour.
Hopefully she doesn't watch the Garland Farms channel, so you'll be able to get away with that.
Nah, she's not a YouTuber. She doesn't even watch my channel. So she watched the amazing guitar solo, like, and then I deleted that. I'm so upset.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
I wish I was going to record that because I wanted to, like I told you, I messaged you last night. I wanted to throw my hat into the ring, play a little harmonica.
Okay. Well, let me check because I might have it. Because I did that one with Kindmaster. Maybe I didn't. I'll like maybe I can repost it. Yeah, I think I have it. So I can repost it. People obviously will press it and think it's something new, but tough. So I can do that.
Were you able to watch any of the live stream I did this morning?
No, I was at work. So my mom was like, "Oh, JD is live streaming." So I'm like, "Okay," and I'm trying to get through my rounds, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna go." But yeah, it was like even by the time I finished, it was 27 minutes. I missed it. I was like, "Damn it!" So I haven't looked at that one, and I still have to look at your comment on Carson.
Oh, you mean my video commenting on Carson on
Yeah,
my debate?
like I was like, "Oh, I have to see this one." Then the demonic horde situation happened for 3 days, and then I saw you commenting. So okay, I'll be able to get both the interview and the comment, and so then I was
Yeah,
gonna watch
Carson's friend Michael McCaffrey. I believe he's
Okay.
a misanthrope and an antinatalist. And I think he's convinced Carson not to speak to me one-on-one anymore. He wants to be right there for all of our conversations because he wants to object. He doesn't think that Carson is aggressive enough, I guess. And so
Well,
I
he's
think,
also kind of not a typical vegan. Like he makes claims that no other vegan would talk about. I'm surprised
well,
he's vegan when he was talking about, well, then technically eating meat would be more vegan. I was like, man, like I'm surprised.
do you understand what he's doing? Why he's doing that?
Uh, no, it's a charade.
Okay, he's explained this before. He thinks that ultimately we need to abolish all animal agriculture and that animals should be removed from the human experience altogether. As close as we should get to animals would be like going to the movies and watching a documentary on the big screen. Besides that, he doesn't want people eating meat. He doesn't want the livestock industry to exist. He doesn't want people even owning pets. And so he believes that the most efficient road to that world is to make certain compromises now, and kind of like boiling a frog is slowly, one step at a time,
Yeah.
abolishing all livestock, but kind of coaxing in meat eaters to the cause by having them
He's
agree.
reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, he's being reasonable. He's saying, okay, well, you can have your meat, but let's get rid of the CAFOs. Let's get rid of the concentrated feedlots, and you can have your organic grass-fed beef, but let's get rid of leather and fur. And
Yeah, I saw that interview.
And you can have your meat, your organic grass-fed, regeneratively raised chickens, but let's go ahead and get rid of dairy. Shouldn't we go ahead and ban dairy? So for him, he's got a spiel that's designed to get us where someone like Joey Carbstrong wants us to go immediately. Just like cold turkey, out criminalize all meat, all dairy, all fish, all eggs. Whereas
Like Nutrivore.
Yeah.
Throw them in prison and feed them whatever the fuck diet we want them to eat. I'm paraphrasing. I didn't swear. It's just repeating what he said. That's
Yeah.
some
So
psycho. When you listen to like Nutrivore and those gang there, it's like they might, but like their streams are insane. Like talking about a vegan diet for dogs and stuff like that, and it's just
yeah, their position is that if a lion refuses to go vegan, then kill all the lions, wipe them out, and do that. Go from species to species, and if this species is out there as a predator, then kill them all.
And it shows like an extreme ignorance, also just like common nature, not realizing that
ecology. Yeah. It's
prey,
like in Yellowstone National Park, they got rid of all the wolves.
Are you serious?
And they exterminated the wolves, and as a result, the herbivore populations overpopulated, they overgrazed, the ecology, the entire food web began to collapse. The plants were not able to grow. It started, the desertification process began, and then they reintroduced wolves, and everything began to correct itself. So there might even be something here. Let's see if I can pull up something on that.
Well, it's true, right? That it's a wonderful system because the herbivores, the prey, like they gather in a bunch because it makes more sense. Like, hey, my odds are better than like me scattered alone, so they bunch together, right? And then they don't stay in one location. I guess because of the predators, it keeps them moving, right? And that naturally
keeps them moving. It keeps them moving, and it keeps them bunched together.
It's a natural way of like rotational. It's like nature's rotation.
Yeah, rotational ruminant grazing mimics the natural way that ruminants graze.
Yeah, anytime we take out a species or we add a species, everything just goes unstable. It's like putting in something non-essential in your body. Hey, I'm going to introduce this, and it sets everything else out of whack.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things that Carson likes to say is that if he was to find himself, close to a lion about to eat a gazelle, he would shoot the lion, kill it, in order to save the gazelle. But then, really, what he's done there is he's killed two animals, because now the lion's going to starve to death. Well, in that case, the lion's dead because he shot it. But if you don't allow the lions to eat the gazelles, then whichever lions aren't shot will starve. If you don't let them eat animals, they'll starve. On the other hand, if you shoot all the predators, then the herbivores will overpopulate. They'll eat all the vegetation down as their population is growing, and then once this population spike reaches its peak, then all food will suddenly run out, and then you've got a mass starvation event on your hands.
It's funny because you know how was it? I think it was more Jeffrey there that hated the word natural. He's like, everything's natural. It's like, not everything's natural. Natural means it's the natural, biological process, ecological process, and stuff like that. And it's the exact same thing. It's like, you guys are ignorant again of the cycle, and and I hear them talk about this, and they don't know that, and it's like, I don't know. They are the loudest and most religious yet ignorant. You would think that you would have educated yourself. When I started keto and when I played around with carnivore, I researched it to make sure it made sense and that it was safe. You would think an extreme thing like veganism, they would do something more than watching a Netflix documentary and then staring at bobblehead Graker. It's like, and they're happy with that. They feel completely fine with the potential, the deficiencies. It's amazing.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to let's watch just a little bit of this,
Sure.
the introduction at least.
Yellowstone, the world's first national park, protected to ensure that was always wilderness, to inspire the human spirit for generations to come. It all began in 1995, when Yellowstone park workers released 31 gray wolves into the wild over the year, and did not interfere with their lives at all.
Yeah, this is, we've already, in other words, that vegan experiment concerning the idea of ridding an area of its natural predators has already been carried out. Of course, vegans do not study reality. They wallow in fantasy and wild hypotheticals
Yeah.
because it's this fantasy world that they're able to live in, a world that makes it seem like veganism would work. But it's all fantasy. It's all cartoon.
It is.
Although they expected certain changes, they certainly did not expect the cascade of environmental change it will cause. To this day, ecologists are astonished by the continuing wave of direct and indirect consequences of this step throughout the ecosystem.
The Northern Range is the hub of wildlife in Yellowstone.
Well, I don't want National Geographic to hit me with some type of claim, so I'll let that go.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyone interested should go watch that documentary. It's just like 8 or 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Wolves Saved Yellowstone National Park, and you can see what happened to the Yellowstone National Park when wolves were removed, and the destruction that it does, the death that it causes, the environmental degradation that happens when you remove predators from the environment.
Yeah.
And something, these are the kinds of things that I would love to get Carson from Reasonable Vegan channel to look at, but I don't think that he's got the patience to look at reality.
Well, I'm sure he must be always checking you out, no? Or
He looks and he sees me talking about something, and then he runs to Michael, and then they come up with a plan to debunk, try to debunk what I've said. Right now, we got in a little bit conversation about health, and Michael wants to bring health outcome studies into it, which aren't health outcome studies. They're more of, we'll see, the vegan diet lowered cholesterol, and that's proof that it's healthier.
Ooh.
And that's not what lowering cholesterol is, not an indication of better health. So that's the kind of game that they play.
It means infertility and flaccid somethings. It's like there's
most of your hormones require cholesterol. Your brain is 70% cholesterol.
It covers the nervous system.
Low cholesterol leads to violence, mental illness, higher rates of all-cause mortality.
And older people with high cholesterol have longer mortality, right? If you're old and you have more cholesterol, it's better for you.
Yeah, I think that it's better for you at all life stages.
Like I think
is my opinion.
Study maybe on higher cholesterol. I mean, it's very. It's like the majority of the people, it's like, oh, cholesterol is bad, and then they think they're talking about LDL. LDL is not it transports cholesterol among other things. So like they don't understand anything. So that's why all of a sudden it's like, oh, don't eat too many eggs. I had to explain somebody, a friend of mine that's he's not vegan, he's vegetarian and stuff like that, and he eats eggs, but in his mind, 2 is okay, but more than that, it's too much. And I had to go on Healthline. I remember I've popped it up, about dietary cholesterol does not, it's not an issue. I sent that article. He said thank you. I don't know if he watched it, but yeah, it's like people still think about eggs. One of my doctors even said that, and I was like, okay, like everyone's confused about it because it seems like the guidelines don't change, even if studies come out. It's like, oh, okay, good, like cholesterol, right? It's really, I mean, I think Ansel Keys was the first one to debunk dietary cholesterol not causing heart disease. And like I was like, did you know that? That was his first thing. He actually debunked that idea, the dietary cholesterol. And then after he went to saturated fat. So it's been known for a long time, dietary cholesterol has almost no effect.
Well, no effect. Yeah, it's in other words, it's not really strongly associated with coronary heart disease at all.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more. Did you see the graph that I showed the other day that showed that I think it was 4 times more correlation, 400% more than any kind of cholesterol association. It was type 2 diabetes that was most. And so people with type 2 diabetes, regardless of where their cholesterol is at, have the highest rates of heart disease. It doesn't matter whether their cholesterol is high or low. And, that points to inflammation, because having chronic high blood sugar would lead to higher rates of inflammation.
Yeah.
But did you see that graph that I showed the other day, or no?
Graph on what? Like, don't forget the last
Study.
streams I didn't see yours.
Yeah. Right now, let me see if I can find it.
Okay. Trying to find something to it. And on top of it, they don't even verify the LDL particle size, because there's bigger LDL that have no association with it, and it's the smallest particle size. So you have LDL that, if it has inside of it omega-3, right, then it is resistant to oxidation. But then if it has omega-6, then it is easily oxidized. So LDL itself is not deadly. If your LDL are screwed up, now they're trying to say that your LDL are dangerous. There's a lot of stuff that's screwed up. You have glycated hemoglobin. You have inflammation. You have maybe lesions inside your vessels. So LDL, first of all, if you're eating a human appropriate diet, which in my opinion is heavily animal based, yeah. Anyways, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, JD. What were you talking about? Cholesterol, and I was saying.
Yeah, I was just mentioning the correlations. The vegans always reference these health outcome studies, which are not health outcome studies. These studies don't say, okay, a vegan was sick less, had lower rates of heart disease, lower rates of diabetes. Yeah. What they do is they say that they had lower cholesterol, and they associate having lower cholesterol with not having all of these diseases, when the correlation is not there.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, sorry that I remembered what I was saying. Yeah, there's different particle size. First of all, with LDL, LDL is useful. It has a job to do. It transports a lot of stuff, vitamin D, I believe, and everything's fine. But the minute that you're no longer eating a human appropriate diet and you're switching to, margarine, seed oils, and you're buying into all of this, you're overdosing on omega-6. And though they're both essential, omega-6, if it's out of whack, it becomes inflammatory. And eventually, if it's big enough, then it's also, even the omega-3 that's there has trouble to get because it's being overpowered by the omega-6. And the majority of this is seed oils, but as well, if you're not doing grass-fed, right, you'll have a higher omega-6 content in it. It'll be less nutritious. But the study is, if you balance it out and you have a good amount of omega-3, it enters the component of the LDL and it's resistant to oxidation. So high sugar levels, fluctuating sugar levels, you have insulin that's high, you're eating also processed food, but you're overdosing on these omega-6. All of this together is what is killing you. And yes, it's going to affect a lot of things. And the LDL that has been oxidized, yes, it is pathological. But like, how did it get oxidized? This all starts with the root cause, mainly of omega-6, the largest part. You agree, or you have something to add?
No.
Because the doctor will just, oh, you have high cholesterol, statin. And it's like, even that, like, it's like, why don't you say, oh, it's high cholesterol, we're going to do another test for particle size, and we won't give you a statin if it's okay. No one does that.
Yeah. They just, in these days, they don't even, they lowered the threshold, the cholesterol threshold. So that automatically increases statin sales. And then they, once you're a certain age, then they just think that's automatic. You need a statin.
Yeah.
But they don't, every drug's got negative side effects, and then they've got drugs to treat those side effects, and those drugs have side effects, and then there's drugs to treat those side effects. And I know people that take a bucket of pills every day, and they're all prescriptions.
Yeah. Do you know, like, all the functions? Can you name? Do you know off the top of your head all the functions of LDL? Be like, it transports via D3, right? Yes, or
yeah, I was looking at that the other day.
I'm trying to figure out why, as we age, like we start having these cholesterol elevation. Like, if people that have higher cholesterol as they age, it's better for them, and we seem to see increases in cholesterol as we age, and then we're trying to treat that. Like, what if that's just the majority of the time a normal process of I'm not sure, but I was just wondering, like, because saturated fat can in some people, the hyper responders, increase LDL. And then I was wondering, like, does it transport fatty acids or fats? Because it would make sense that if you're eating more animal fat, that you'd need more LDL to transport. So that's why I wanted to know, like, what is all the uses of LDL? Does it have something to do with, if you're eating more fat, you will need more of these transporters because you're functioning with fat mostly, if you're doing keto and low carb? Or it's something that I've always I've been curious about. And anyways, the hyper responders, oh, sorry for cutting you off. So the hyper responders, those who start eating saturated fat and their LDL does go reacts, there's a big difference. They said that your HDL goes up as well, and that LDL increase, if you do the more specific tests, you're going to see that it's a large particle LDL, not the very low one, the VLDL, I think. So,
it's the very dense LDLs that are associated, and it's just associated because, these are one of the best tests that you can do to see if you've got arterial sclerosis, as I understand it, is the calcium test. And so, calcium ends up being, it's part of that plaque. And what they've done is, there's a lot of people that think that the plaque is just made of cholesterol, when it's not. It depends on the individual. It could be made of 7, 8, 9, 10 different ingredients, but a very common ingredient is calcium, and that's why they've got that calcium artery test, where it scans the calcium in your arteries. And there's lots of doctors that swear by that as like the the be all end all of tests to tell you if that's going on. Now, why would calcium end up being deposited in that plaque? My theory is that
MK4.
MK4, K2, vitamin K2, MK4, and so it doesn't have an escort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, JD, why don't we, let's say, I just want a paper, give me a sec. So let's just like map out for people, because I know there's a new guy that I just fell on the channel. So like, if we would have to like put down everything that's wrong and everything's that's killing us. So first thing, easy would be seed oils, correct? So if you're new here, it's seed oils, and we just explained, right, that seed oils, first of all, they're polyunsaturated fats, so they're not completely hydrogenated, so they're brittle. And people often cook with this, and that is toxin, oxidation, that'll kill you, the seed oils. All those French fries that everyone's eating, usually one of those seed oils or peanut oils that have been recooked and recooked. So there's oxidation and omega-6. Okay, so JD, with this issue, what is it going to go screwed up? We're consuming too much. So how is this overdose in omega-6? Can you explain, like, okay, the omega-6 is going to do this.
I think for one, the omega-6s are unsaturated, so they're prone to oxidation.
Mm-hmm.
That means they go rancid. Rancid oils cause all types of problems. They destroy your ATP energy transport systems in your cells, which has been shown to lead to cancer. They oxidize all kinds of molecules in your body, so that it increases the aging, speeds up the aging process.
There's also,
I think they're inflammatory, but just generally inflammatory as well.
Yeah, because I think that omega-6 is a component for inflammatory factors, and inflammatory factors are not a bad thing. Inflammation is the first part of healing. It's when everything gets out of whack. So the omega-6, JD, can you share screen and just write vegetable oils as a driver for coronary vascular disease, just so people can literally see that you get a study like this, but you don't hear it on social media. It's not right? But then after, you'll hear something like red meat might cause a slight increase, and everyone's talking about red meat, how it's poisonous now. But no one talks about this. And this study actually explains the mechanism. It's not just like a study association. They're like, no, this is a hypothesis that this is occurring. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Can you repeat what you wanted me to Google?
So vegetable oil as a driver for coronary vascular disease. I think it's published in multiple journals, but I think Open Heart is the one that usually pops up.
Yeah, here we go. Omega-6 vegetable oils as a driver for coronary heart disease.
Yeah, that's it. And it explains, this is why I'm talking about the omega-6. If you're overdosing, it talks about it. It says if the LDLs that are examined that are oxidized contain mostly omega-6, those that contain omega-3 tend to be resistant to damage. So, like, it explains the mechanism. It makes complete sense, yet like it's not getting any recognition or something. I'm not hearing doctors mention about this. I'm still seeing nutritionists at the hospital.
I'm putting a link to it in the comments so that anyone watching can look that up and read it.
I mean, it's a pretty simple hypothesis, and I think that it makes complete sense. Yet it doesn't matter. We're still getting the margarine and stuff like that. When I'm at the hospital looking at it, no one has butter. Everyone has margarine for their health. So, okay. So, do you know, I've heard that, let's say you stop consuming omega-6, I think it has a really long half-life. I think that I might be wrong, but I think that even once you stop, like it doesn't trickle out. I mean, because it's a component, it lasts a long time. It takes a while for your body to be able to remove it. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
because there's no use for it other than burning it. It's empty calories.
Yeah.
Empty calories, and it's not readily burned like sugar. It's going to sit there until your body's forced to burn it. And so it's being implicated in the obesity epidemic as well for that reason.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say anybody new, best thing for you, step number one, remove the seed oils. You understand why. We just explained it. Okay. So the omega, how do we correct it though? Like explain them, like what's the best thing to not only avoid it, but to really, we have to start, competitively adding more. So I have my best source, but
for me, I'm not recommending anyone do anything. My job is to tell them the facts.
okay.
They can make up their mind whether or not they want to remove the seed oils from their diet.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell them what I would do and what I have done is, yes, I've removed the seed oils from my diet, but this is not medical advice. We're not giving you nutritional advice. We can tell you the facts. We can tell you what the research says. We can point you to the research so that you can become educated, make up your own mind what you want to do. But as far as us telling you what you should do, this is not a prescription for you as an individual. We're just telling you what we see in the science.
It's appropriate to say that if you would like to increase, I can give an example of what I find has the highest omega-6. It's remember the cod liver in a can.
You're talking about omega-3s, not omega-6.
Oh, did I say omega-6? No, sorry. I meant like, how do you correct the omega-6 by using omega-3, and what are some really good sources if people don't even know, like, well, where do I find that? Eggs are good, right? And pretty much milk, like all animal food, right, has a certain amount. Like even milk, if it's grass-fed, because I saw grass-fed milk and it talked about omega-3. Anyways, for me, it's cod liver. It is kind of like it's just because
it's a concentrated source of omega-3s.
Yeah. I mean, like it's 17 grams for one can, and a can of sardines is 1.9 grams of omega-3. And that's actually still really good, because I think an egg is it possible it's like 0.6? It has some, but it's not huge. But I mean,
I was like, I don't think that it's, it depends on what the rest of the diet looks like. Like, let's say someone is eating, they're not consuming anything that's fried in vegetable oil. They're not consuming ultra processed foods that contain vegetable oils or seed oils. So they're eating grass-fed beef. They're eating organic grass-fed butter, organic grass-fed dairy. Then their omega-3 to 6 ratio might actually be close to ideal. So they wouldn't necessarily have to pursue some type of omega-3 supplement. But the idea is to try to balance the excess omega-6s in the seed oil, the diet that's high in omega-6s, which is usually the diet that's high in seed oils. And you can get seed oils hidden in some foods. For instance, grain-fed beef has a lot of seed oils in it, because they're feeding grains to finish those cattle, to fatten them up. And those corn and the grains that they feed in those concentrated feedlots, grain-fed cattle are consuming a lot of omega-6s. And also, I did the study on this as well, is that these are usually processed feeds that have been subject to heat and oxygen. And so it's an issue that they're feeding rancid omega-6s to the livestock, and then they sell it in the supermarket. It's probably one of the reasons why it's cheaper than buying local, because they're feeding them these cheap rancid feeds, and then those rancid oils, those omega-6s, those inflammatory omega-6s get deposited as marbling, and then you eat that steak thinking that you're avoiding seed oils when actually you're consuming seed oils. You just didn't know it. You've got the cow sneaking it into you like a Trojan horse, and that's one of the another reason why I've tried to encourage people to buy regenerative, grass-fed, pastured, local meats.
Yeah. Okay, so
this is the study that I was talking about, the association of lipid, inflammatory, and metabolic markers with age at onset for incident coronary heart disease. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a link for that, if I can find it here, so that people can go and read this. But I want to show you a graph that came along with that as well. It's very telling. It is right here. This is a very valuable graph. This shows the correlation, right? Now look down there at the bottom on the blue. In the blue, those are in the blue. You've got biochemical markers, and in the red, you've got risk factors like conditions like obesity, smoking. Family history is at the bottom. Smoking is near the bottom. Obesity is even near the bottom. Hypertension is in the middle, which is high blood pressure. And then metabolic syndrome, which is associated with type 2 diabetes. And then type 2 diabetes, look at the correlation there.
But they're all concentrated on saturated fat.
Yeah, they're focused on that. Yeah, they're focused on convincing us that it's the consumption of cholesterol and saturated fat. And then, they know that this correlation is eventually going to come out like this. This study here, I think it was. Let me go back.
It's 2021. It was published.
Yeah, 2021. Wow. It was over 21 years. It included. Let me see.
Yeah. This was this Tim Noakes. I saw Noakes. Is that Tim Noakes guy?
Are you talking about the study?
Well, just like the previous picture, I thought I saw Noakes, but it doesn't say it there, so never mind.
Yeah, 28,000, over 28,000 women, over 21.4 years. So this is a major study, and this should be making headlines. Yeah. But where do these media? Let's see if we can find media, pharmaceutical, advertising. Bear with me here. I'm almost there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, top 10 ad spenders in big pharma 2020. pharma and healthcare industry advertising in the U.S. With big, it's like if you watch television, you're going to see commercials, constant commercials of drugs.
Yeah.
And so if the pharmaceutical industry is your primary source of funding, then, this type of research that we're looking at here is not going to get a lot of airtime, if any. And have you ever heard of this before?
This?
Yeah.
No, I knew
Yeah,
what
so
the results would be, but and okay, are these the hazard ratios? Because I know what a hazard ratio is, right? Like one means that there's no association because both are pretty much the same, and I think isn't above one is a more of an association, and negative I think is less. I'm not sure. I think it's that.
well, let's go back
Well,
to
yeah,
the
it has to
study.
be. It has to be because if they're calculating the numbers, yeah. So insulin resistance 6.4. So that what they're trying to say is it's 6 times more risk. So when things are around one, the more that they're going above one, the more that there's a stronger association. This six, that's this like even for an associative study that doesn't prove causation, when it's that much association, it's almost like people can almost trust it, like something's causing this. We can check.
Let's see, insulin. It is from approximately 50 biomarkers. Lipoprotein insulin resistance had the highest standardized AHR 6.4. So that R stands for risk, correct? 95% CI 3.14 to 13.06. And women younger than 55 years, attenuating with age. In comparison, weaker but significant associations with coronary heart disease in women younger than 55 years were noted for low density lipoprotein cholesterol. So the vegan that's going to come at you with health outcome data is going to show you that they're going to tell the story that a vegan diet lowers cholesterol, and they think that low cholesterol is ideal. However, you look up low cholesterol and violent, or how about all cause mortality, you find LDL-C less than 70 milligrams per deciliter were associated with higher risk of all-cause mortality and cardiovascular disease mortality.
Yep.
So that's just the opposite of what a vegan is going to come at you with. Yeah. They don't care what the science says. This is what the science says, but they've got this Seventh-day Adventist group over here that's saying, no, cholesterol, the lower you can get your cholesterol, the better, period, end of story.
Mm-hmm. So when was this published? Go up. I saw 22, but was that published? Yeah, when did it come out? 22.
Yeah.
Published
July 29th, 2022.
But
Association of LDL,
yeah.
lipoprotein cholesterol levels with more than 20-year risk of cardiovascular and all-cause mortality in the general population. Conclusions: both very low and very high LDL levels were associated with increased risk of cardiovascular disease. So a vegan is not going to tell you that there's any danger in having low LDL.
You mind just scroll up. I want to take a screenshot for my PowerPoint, just the title. Just scroll up after finish it. But yeah, just give me a sec, JD. Okay, screenshot it. Continue.
Okay. Also, low cholesterol is associated with violence.
Mm-hmm. I believe that there's some associative studies as omega-6 consumption in the population increases. There's an association with violence and aggression too.
Okay.
I'll try and find out.
Adjusting for other factors, low cholesterol is associated with increased subsequent criminal violence. And you said omega-6s?
Seed oil associated.
Excessive amounts of omega-6 PUFAs and a very high omega-6 to 3 ratio, which means a lot more 6s than 3s, as is found in today's Western diets, promote the pathogenesis of many diseases, including cardiovascular disease, cancer, and inflammatory and autoimmune diseases. So that's just the, Carson from Reasonable Vegan, his new little buddy, Michael McCaffrey, he's arguing that omega-6s are healthier in higher amounts. So he's actually promoting the idea.
Sorry, I missed
Michael McCaffrey. That's the
the guy that's his
the
coach.
guy that's he's like he seems to be coaching Carson and kind of directing him, so to speak. Oddly, ever since they've hooked up, Carson, he won't talk to me one-on-one.
Wow,
He's insisting that I speak to them 2-on-1, or I'm sure that they wouldn't object to me bringing someone else into the conversation, but I think that Michael has convinced Carson not to speak to me one-on-one anymore because he's not giving enough pushback.
Well, it's pretty good then, because Carson was asking me. He wanted, but I'm assuming if he contacted me, he knows that that we're probably friends. I don't know how he would have found me. Can I share something, JD?
Oh yeah.
Let me know if it's popped up the share screen.
It's there. Violence. Are there dietary causes?
Yeah. So here, I didn't read it. I just knew that there was some studies, but rampages and fatalities. So we know the seed oils. I think it's 1930s that it really started happening. Let me check the Crisco. When was Crisco made? Crisco first came to market. I just want to check if it associates with that steep climb. When Crisco, so it started in 1911, but I'm wondering like how long it took to catch on more, which, am I back on this one, JD? Do you see it? No.
The graph that's going up, stepping up. Yep.
Still there. Okay. Let's just read it quickly. Prior to the 1960s, there were few murderous rampages in the United States. In fact, between 1910 and 1940, the data set records not a single rampage with four. Anyways, there wasn't a lot. But since 1960, the number of murderous rampages per quota has grown more than tenfold. Let's see where, I don't want to have to read anything, but I want to see if it talks about seed oils here, if there's dietary causes. What's this comparing? Diabetes, obesity. Oh, here. Omegas, I knew it was somewhere. It's not just here, but let's read this part. One major dietary change that may have contributed to the rising rates of violence have been the shift towards omega-6 rich seed oils such as soybean, oil, corn oil. There's rapeseed, canola. There's vegetable. There's corn. Then there's fancier ones that are just as bad. Like, oh well, I don't use that. I use sunflower seed. They're not good. Joseph, a collaborator, had the idea of comparing omega-6 consumption to rates of violence. They found across countries and over a period of decades, the omega-6 consumption was correlated to homicide rates. So we see here, omega-6, as it goes up in the population, this is mortality, homicidal mortalities. So as it goes up, the percent of calories. So this is a percent of calories. And you see as it goes up, you see the rising. Now, obviously, it's still an association, but still, it's quite significant. I think it would make sense, JD, if this stuff is like just all entering your brain and you're pro-inflammatory, this must, it could cause inflammation of the brain cells, oxidation. Who knows,
Yeah.
American consumption of omega. And the thing is that, like, who knows? Because humans have never been able, like, they don't understand. It's like, okay, go find out how many soybeans it takes for the family to have that big jug. It's like, it's impossible for humans to have chomped down on these soybeans enough to have that much oil. But this is like just pure omega-6. It's never been incorporated in our diet. It was impossible. It was like impossible to get it. The only omega-6 and 3 sources that we ever got was animal food, and especially, natural animals before we
Yeah,
had
and
that.
you're getting it. You're in that case, we were getting it in the animal, naturally in the animal, versus something that had been industrially extracted, exposed to heat, exposed to the air and oxygen, which causes oxidation and rancidity.
Yeah.
So, it's a completely different, it's way too much and it's oxidized. So,
Yeah, exactly. Even more plausible mechanisms discussed in our book connect omega-6 fats to obesity and diabetes. Yeah, like I remember, because vegans will, obviously they're against seed oils as well, but they'll say that it causes diabetes. And to a certain, I don't think it's anywhere near what just high sugar would do, but it would make sense that if you're the membranes and the fats are becoming pathological, and that's like basically the bodyguard that allows absorption in and out of the cell. If this is becoming
compromised,
you know what I mean? If it's
damaged,
pathological, yeah, then
your own tissues become oxidized. So,
yeah. Your pancreas wouldn't technically, if it's not getting into the cell, because it would require a stronger signal. Maybe the body would recognize that things aren't going in. That would secrete maybe a stronger signal, and
yeah,
maybe
it would certainly interrupt. It would certainly affect those signaling systems.
Yeah. Let's read this because I hear something about vegans. So we gotta. If omega-6 fat consumption does indeed promote violence, then we would expect to find that killers eat unusually high amounts of omega-6. It's likely that Adam Lanza, the Newtown killer, fits the description. According to Salon, Lanza was a vegan because he didn't want to hurt animals, but it'll kill people. Vegan diets, insofar as
in other words, a vegan.
Yeah, utilize modern industrial foods, tend to be rich in seed oils, which are the primary sources of omega-6. The other dietary and environmental trends too are likely to have. Yeah, it's not the only thing, but what is this? Lithium in the water stuff. What factors are increasing rates of diabetes? Anyways, I think that's the end of it, but I'm sure there's multiple. Multiple, I mean, it's based on more studies. That was just an article, but you get the point. So we're using omega-6 to make them more aggressive, and then we're removing the cholesterol to make them even more psychopathic.
Yeah, somnambulist mentioned mRNA for the chickens, and I looked it up, and sure enough, there's Reuters, Scientific American. They're planning on, and probably already are, using mRNA in the shots for the birds, for the chickens and the turkeys.
Yeah.
So, whether or not, there was someone in the comments that kind of downplayed the danger of consuming these as this type of mRNA in your food, thinking that it would all be destroyed in the stomach, possibly destroyed by the hydrochloric acid in your stomach. However, just like with bacteria, there are bacteria that can survive that.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily going to destroy it all. And in my mind, even if a little bit gets through and gets absorbed into the bloodstream, then it becomes a copyable protein, and then all your cells can start making that protein. And if it's one of those novel proteins that can cause problems, where you're going to be sensitive to it in a negative way, then we'll never know what kind of stroke or blood clots or heart inflammation that it might trigger.
No, for sure. And like, you don't like, I'd have to look into glycation, because I know it's an issue, but you don't really hear as well glycation, like glycated hemoglobin, glycated beta amyloids, which are the literal glycated beta amyloids are one of the aspects inside Alzheimer's that gets put in. Like, I want to know exactly, like, sounds like you can't have glycation unless you got glucose, right? So I don't know. Have you researched into that a lot, glycation and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think that's something that happens on a high carbohydrate diet, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it seems to be, yeah. But like I'd have to look into like what are all the effects. But I do remember glycated beta amyloids, and like one thing that I've always thought, like me, if I had Alzheimer's, I would just fast. My last ditch effort would be to fast, in hopes that during the autophagy further down, that it would literally use the proteins that are not supposed to be there in the brain and eat them. If you do that before they already killed, areas of your brain, then it's a little too late. But can you pop up Axona? Or you can do it, or me, or I can do it.
Spell it.
Axona.
Agzona.
Just Axona. Watch how they're making money on these Alzheimer patients. Yeah, you'll catch on quite quickly when you see. I have it, or you want me to share it?
I've got it here.
Okay, yeah, pop it up. I want to see if mine. Yeah, mine's on. So read what it is. It's basically if you click it,
a medical food marketed to assist with dietary management of mild to moderate Alzheimer's.
It's ketones. That's all it is. It's like the ketones that you could buy at a supplement store, except this one costs a lot more. So they're going. The pharmaceuticals understand that for Alzheimer patients, to a certain extent, it's type 3 diabetes. So one aspect of Alzheimer's, a large aspect, is insulin resistance in the brain. Therefore, the sugar can't get into the brain, and it starves and dies, because there's only one other source if glucose isn't getting in. It's ketones. But you can't produce ketones unless you're in a ketogenic diet, because you can't have ketones if you're eating carbohydrates.
Or if you're fasting. Fasting will also do that.
That's it. So instead of telling on top of, imagine these are Alzheimer patients, you control what they eat, and then say to yourself, hey, well, why don't we just give them a ketogenic diet? It might prolong, it might.
Or fasting.
Yeah, exactly. But no, this is the pharmaceutical industry. Oh, Axona. So they acknowledge that ketones and a ketogenic state for almost all cognition. You can see they're using they're inducing ketosis with exogenous ketones in the marines, because they go on those deep dive missions, and high 100% oxygen can increase the seizure threshold, and ketosis helps to make it harder to reach that threshold, to the point where if you look at the Epilepsy Foundation, it advocates for a ketogenic diet as a control mechanism for children. And I'm like, okay, so why are you guys still using ketogenic diets for children and not for the adults with seizures? And they're like, oh, it's too restrictive. Adults wouldn't follow it. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that they use this thing like they're predicting what someone will or won't do, and changing the protocol based on their psychological assessment rather than what's medically required to fix what's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you see what I've put up there on the screen regarding
Cholesterol.
cholesterol and Alzheimer's?
Membrane guarantees and stabilizes their function and structure. Membranes in Alzheimer brains were found to be severely damaged in their lipid composition, including cholesterol, which was demonstrated to be
Reduced in brain
chemistry.
areas.
Yeah.
So lowered cholesterol is associated with Alzheimer brains. And it would be because the brain is made up of 70% cholesterol.
Yeah. As a structure, an actual component. There was, what was the other one? Just want to check one thing. JD, punch in type 3 diabetes. And you never hear people talking about Alzheimer's in any relation to insulin resistance and any of that. You know what they'll give the Alzheimer patients instead? They'll give them antipsychotics so that when their brain's dying, and they'll shut up. They give antipsychotics, and it's not to calm the patient. It's, I think, to calm the people around the patient. And when you look at the studies that they do give this, it increases the risk of hemorrhagic stroke in these Alzheimer patients. Did you pop up the type 3 yet? Yeah. So Alzheimer's, right? It says.
Is type 3 associated with Alzheimer's?
Here, let me share screen mine, JD. I have the article here. Share screen.
What is the link between Alzheimer's and type 3 diabetes?
Yeah. I'm trying to.
This form of diabetes is associated with Alzheimer's disease. Type 3 diabetes occurs when neurons in the brain become unable to respond.
Yeah. I have my article. Mine might be
insulin.
Like, correct.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Yeah. It just gets like, we don't need to go. It's just kind of like to prove that we're not just blowing smoke out our butts there. But yeah, type 3 diabetes and Alzheimer disease. So there's a large amount of this that is that is due to insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, glycation and stuff like that. And everyone, again, is just obsessed about this freaking fat and cholesterol that we've been eating like since we were drawing freaking bison on cave walls and stuff like that. And all of a sudden now it's like no one knows. Okay, all diabetics. There's Jason Fung from he's a nephrologist from Canada, and he does fasting. He has a fasting clinic because as a nephrologist, he would just see diabetes patients, and as their diabetes progressed, their kidney function went down, and then after he basically followed their decline and put them on dialysis, and like imagine. So he at least he understood that no, like you have to fast, you have to reduce insulin, and you can reverse this. And he does it very well, and he got a lot of flack because he was going against recommendations. But yeah, you definitely type 3 diabetes, Alzheimer's, all these things. Everyone's worried about fat, but it's like, have you ever seen the increase in cardiovascular disease in type 2 diabetes? And if you're fat, it's only a question of time before you get that type 2 diabetes or insulin resistance, which will increase your risk of actual heart disease. So, now you're like, well, why don't I at least fix by eating fat and protein from animal foods and limiting, and by I'm saying limiting, it's compared to what's recommended, like 250, 300 sometimes. And people actually eat more of it because they think the recommendation is 250. But if sugar is going to cause diabetes, Alzheimer's, heart disease, and pretty much everything else, I would rather take my chance with lowering all that sugar, guaranteeing with a animal-based protein and fat as a large part with some vegetable or a side dish. But don't go plant-based where it's literally like all plants with one cut egg, and you're like, okay, that's enough. You have to flip it upside down. Animal food, okay, and the fat will not cause heart disease, and you're not going to get diabetes. And I don't know. People are really drank the Kool-Aid. It's frustrating to see because you want to help people. And I told one girl, I said, listen, I go, if fat is there for when you don't have food, but you're starving and you literally feel like dizzy every 3 to 5 hours, does that make sense? Like, then why is the fat there if you can't even get to it because you're going to die? And like, I was like, that means that you're eating something that is not natural. And I was like, it's all that carbohydrates. It's like, what's the recommendation? 250, I think, grams. I think it would be around that. And
it depends on the individual, depends on their muscle, how much muscle they're carrying, and it depends on their activity level.
I'm talking about the recommendations that they give to everybody.
Oh yeah, yeah. The recommendations that they give people.
Yeah, I think it's above 200. I think it's 250. And imagine that.
Do you see what's on the screen there, Jason?
Yeah. Typical store-bought grain-fed beef has a omega-6 to 3 of
ratio of 20 to 1.
That's crazy.
Okay. Do you know why it's got that ratio?
Because you're feeding it grain, and
you're feeding it omega-6s, those same omega-6s. Yeah. So just throwing a blanket over all animal fat and saying that animal fat is healthy, it's not the case, because the grain-fed beef has an omega-6 to 3 ratio that's associated with Alzheimer's, coronary heart disease, diabetes, obesity. So grass-fed beef has a ratio closer to 3 to 1, which is, within the ideal ratios.
Everybody, okay, people were not dying of modern diseases, let's say in the 1900s, like they weren't. And what happened? Okay, what happened? Because there was no obesity, there's no diabetes rate, there wasn't even any heart disease epidemic. So let's see. Humans have been eating animal food, in fact, nose to tail, right down to the organs, the bone marrow, and everything. We survived till the 20th century. Okay, so it's not too bad, right? So now they just said, okay, first thing, we want to make money on the cottonseed that's left over. It's industry. Okay, they convinced it. Let's add seed oil. So that's the first thing. So seed oil was competing probably with butter and the, butter versus margarine, Crisco shortening versus lard, etc., and so that started making us sick, but no one caught on that, right? And then they further demonized fat, and they said, yeah, the only fat that you should really be eating are these seed oils. But so let's remove all the animal fat, and on top of it, let's reduce it. So now all of a sudden, now you have low fat, and that fat isn't even animal fat. And what are they pushing in? They're pushing in the carbohydrates, the sugar. So there's two major changes that occurred. Seed oils introduced, and what we're made of decrease and increase in carbs. So seed oils and bigger carbohydrates. That's what's killing us. It's not that complicated, in my opinion. It's like, oh, wow, the two things that we changed that we've never done are actually the two things that are causing us to be sick. Wow.
Well, it's complicated in this way, in that people are influenced by carnivore influencers that are not, they should be regularly warned, but they're not being told at all by these most prominent carnivore influencers and keto influencers that the grain-fed beef has a 20-to-1 omega-6 to 3 ratio, and that those excess sixes are associated with all of those diseases. And as you see on the screen here, also associated with increased risk of fatty liver. So we need to step away from this just throwing a blanket over all animal fats and saying all animal fats are healthy, because at the supermarket, the majority of those animal fats are under the influence of grain feeding, and grain feeding skews the omega-6 to 3 ratio to produce an animal fat that's high in seed oils, that's high in omega-6s, and those omega-6s tend to be already oxidized. So not only are they high in 6s, which are inflammatory, but because of the processing that these livestock feeds go through, by the time the animal eats it, it's already rancid. The rancid oil goes into the marbling of the meat, and then we eat it thinking that, oh, I'm top of the line because I'm eating animal fats, when they're not really eating animal fats. The animal in the grain-fed category is a Trojan horse for those hidden seed oils that people aren't aware of.
Yeah. No, definitely. For those high risk of fatty liver disease, high omega-6 fatty. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Let me just see. I'm going to go back downstairs. I have to plug this, JD, before I think it's going to die soon. What was there something else I wanted to? Exona, Crisco. No, I think I showed all my tabs that I had at the moment. You mind if I do just while we're trying to get the next thing popped up, a shameless plug for the omega-6 videos also that I have? Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Let's just throw it. I think it's this. There, it should be working now. Oops, I stopped it. Damn it. Sorry, JD. Let me start over. Okay, it should show up, right?
It's there.
Oh, okay. This is a hilarious show, but your channel. Okay. Yeah, my channel used to be Fast Keto Prime. So it was mostly fasting and ketogenic diets, because I had lost so much weight that I became so passionate about it. I wanted to help people. And my wife was tired of hearing me talk about it. So I started just talking to the screen, and it was very therapeutic for our marriage. Okay. All right. So right here, there's toxic vegetable oils. Let me go up here. So this one is a cool one. I won't show everything, but so I literally go into the grocery store like a crazy person, and I'm filming, and I'm just turning the labels to just to prove a point, guys. Every single thing in the middle is seed oils. Here.
I'm going to be healthy. No more vegetable oils with their omega-6 and disgusting solvents in them. Hey, let's look at the ingredients. Hey, first ingredient, canola oil.
Yeah, you see, and important. Like when you guys start looking at your labels, okay, looking for these canola. But another way, another important thing when you're reading that, the first ingredients are what the most. It's the ingredient that has the most, right, in the product, JD. Whatever's in front is what the most is, and then
Yeah, as you move down in the ingredients, then there's less.
Yeah, and look at how deceptive this is, right? Because this is they're marketing this one as, oh, this one has olive oil. No, the majority of it is canola. They can drop a little bit. Oh, this one's avocado oil. So like they can just like drop like 3% avocado oil, and then they can say, oh, there's some avocado. This is an avocado.
Yeah, this is an avocado-based mayonnaise.
Yeah, right. They don't put that on the front of the label, eh?
Mhm.
See something else. Hey, let's. Oh, ooh. It is the l'huile de l'olive.
Same thing. It's canola with a little bit.
Canola and extra virgin oil.
There.
By the way, if they put the canola first, it means that the main ingredient's that. It always has the whatever's the most is the first on the label. So there you go, guys. Be careful with all of these packaged foods and stuff like that. Same thing for all the sardines. If you're going to do the sardines, you may as well just go for the spring water. All of these are going to have some kind of vegetable oil in it. There you go. Sardine soya oil. Okay. And the fondue stuff, same thing. You're going to look in on the side. And
Yeah,
let's go find the vegetable oil. There you go. Uncle Ben's. Come on, Uncle Ben's. I thought I could trust you. He has a trustworthy face. But he's not trustworthy. All right, let's find some canola or something in there. Boom.
Yeah, right over here, canola oil. So imagine all these people, they're eating the majority, all these side dishes. There's always a side dish from the middle of it. On top of these people know that is bad for you. I mean, this is obvious bad there.
Taco, burrito, what's that coming out of your Speedo? You got trouble. You got trouble. So tacos. Where's
Can you put a link to that video in the private chat, and I'll supply everyone a link to that?
Yeah.
Boom. All the kind of Indian curry kind of sauces. Vegetable oil. Boom.
Okay. Anyways, I just go through trying to prove a point.
Vegetable oil. So water.
It's just as bad. All of these, especially the ones like they're all bad basically.
Anything processed at the supermarket is going to be bad.
Yeah.
That's just the rule.
Yeah. So shake and bake. Look at this. It's just garbage. We got some sugar. We got some corn maltodextrin. You know what that is? It's sugar. And then they have salt, modified cornstarch. That's sugar. Tomato spices. And then let's add the seed oils right here with the sugar. Because you always want to mix fat and carbs together, right? Because that is the definition of crap food that will kill you. Two fuels at the same time. Okay, so there's that one. I'll send. And then there's one more video, I think, that was based. Anyways, if you go to my older videos, I still do diet videos, but damn, that chicken. Is that chicken like sitting?
It's a rooster.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Somebody was saying that, like, does JD have a rooster in his house? Yeah, there's this
I'm
one too.
outside. There's farm animals around.
Yeah. Oh, omega-6. Since we're onto that, oh,
Well, let me.
did you?
Yeah,
I noticed sunburns were.
more prevalent when you were eating more omega
Yeah, well, I
sixes.
didn't notice they were more prevalent. I just because I was always when I started doing keto, and then I started avoiding the six, and I started eating a lot. And yeah, I was out all summer, and I never put sunscreen. And but I'd always the next day would be tanned. It never got red. I never like got red and then peeled or anything. And this isn't just placebo because I had not read anything in the keto community or anything about it, and I noticed it myself. And it's when I noticed, wow, man, like that's when I started searching. Yeah, there's tons of especially in the keto community, people talking and noticing that. So I don't need to study when I go on YouTube and I see like 20 or 30 vegan diet vegan videos about losing your period. I don't need to study to say this is it's not good. You don't have hormones. And the same applies here. I don't need like a big complicated studies to figure this stuff. It's not complicated. In my opinion, the studies is what has screwed us up the most. Before humans there, all they had to do was catch the animal, eat everything from it, not knowing what the hell nutrition is, and that's it. You just eat what you crave. And now all of a sudden we have science, we're educated, and we can't even figure out what we're supposed to eat when every other wild animal is not confused and they're not fighting over associative studies. So
Yeah, those other animals are eating their natural diet and eating whole foods versus us, primarily processed foods that humans are eating. Now, do you see what's on the screen there talking about the China threat?
yeah,
I think most people around the world right now are aware that China, as it says here, this is the FBI. The Chinese government is seeking to become the world's greatest superpower through predatory lending and business. And that one thing that you have to realize is that all the Chinese banks are strategic partners with the WEF, but related to this and intertwined and part of this same Chinese WEF operation is this right here, which is the fact that China is one of the primary players in this global plant-based industry push to convince everyone to go vegan. So they're placing themselves as the primary supplier of these plant proteins, and that's where a lot of the money that's being funneled into the pockets of these vegan influencers are coming from the Communist Party of China. I know the Communist Party of China even hired Arnold Schwarzenegger to promote veganism, as well as that movie director, James Cameron. Both of those guys were hired, and that's why what was that movie, Game Changers, that they were part of? That was financed by primarily, or I don't know if it was the only funder, but it was one of the primary funders of that documentary, so-called documentary, more of like a lying propaganda. But you see here, as of 2016, China was providing 79% of global soy protein isolate, 50% of global textured soy protein, and 23% of global soy protein concentrate. So this vegan movement is largely a Communist Party of China movement.
Yeah.
I think that's just important information for people to realize, because it is, as this user here says, veganism is synonymous with communism. And I think there's truth to that statement.
I agree too. trying to post the links of that video.
Okay. Okay, you got it in there.
That's my channel, but I'll post also
okay.
the one there. What we should do once in a while is look at what these videos that they do, what I eat in a day, and figure out, like, do a tally and figure out at the end of that day what nutrients were acquired and what was lacking for 24 hours. Be an interesting to show, because I'm sure the majority. It'd be fun. We should actually, to be honest, that's what I had up. Because I didn't know if you had an idea, because it was kind of like, oh, you want to do a stream, So I had popped that up in case you didn't have an idea. I was like, yeah, we could just like chat and try and do the tallies and stuff like that. I'm just gonna plug in my before I die on you. So what's next on the topic?
Let's watch a little bit of this debate.
Sure.
What I've noticed is Earthling Ed, it seems that he cherry picks, at the very least, he's cherry picking, but I think these are vegan activist actors that come on to debate him, posing as meat eaters. They all have the same list of things that they'll say, and they basically bring to the table mostly vegan talking points.
Yeah.
But they're pretending to be meat eaters. That in the script goes like this: Earthling Ed sits down with them. They start out. They just plain out. They straight up start out by praising veganism, and then they throw out some really weak arguments like, I eat meat because I like the way that it tastes.
Yeah.
Or I eat meat because of my culture. I was raised to eat meat. And then they'll concede to lies like, I know that we don't need to eat meat, that I'm just doing it for my own taste pleasure, but I'm not willing to give that up. And then by the time the debate is over, then the vegan meat eater, right, is finally like either converted, or they're like at a loss for words, and they get up and storm out like, I can't talk about this anymore with you because I just don't know what else to say. You got me.
Speechless.
So I wanted to see, I've been watching these as, for the first time in my live streams and reacting, and it seems like it's the same script over and over and over again. So this is the third one I've done. We don't have to do the whole thing, but we can, it'll certainly start some conversation. It's interesting to watch this propaganda. So let me pull this up. All right. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So here we go.
So if I kick a dog and that dog cowers and
Oh, yeah, that's another thing, is that he's constantly talking about kicking dogs, stabbing dogs, cutting dogs, abusing dogs. You never, no one wallows in the fantasy of torturing animals like vegans.
Yeah.
Vegans spend more mind time torturing animals than most serial killers do. These people are sick in the head.
makes a whelping noise.
You know what? You got me in the corner, man.
Oh, there he is. He's already conceding. You got me in a corner.
That's like 1 minute into it, not even?
Yeah, I think this is like a preview of what's to come.
You got me in the corner. Good shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you got me in the corner. Good debate, dude. I fucking fell off, dude. I used to debate for high school. Fucking fell off. You got me in the corner. I just have to admit, yeah.
Wow, this guy's really conceding it 3 times. He's like,
yeah.
Right.
Like at this point, I can't fucking keep grinding my gears. Good shit, guys.
Oh God.
Yeah. So
what? It's so obvious too. It's such a
right. This is obviously scripted, right? I mean, it doesn't it come across as like this guy was cherry picked. He probably applied for the position. I think there. You see the guy. You see how he's looking off screen right now.
Yeah.
That's where I think that's where because all of them look in that same direction throughout the debate, and I think that's where the money man stands. He's got a briefcase full of cash, and if they say certain things, concede to certain things, then they, each time they do that, then they increase their cash. And he's looking over to saying, "Did you catch that? Did you get that bonus? I got cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching."
Nice to meet you,
Nice to meet you too, boss.
Thank you so much. My name is Ed, and today I'm at the University of Arizona, which is in Tucson, Arizona, of course. And I have a banner that says, "Give me your best argument for not being vegan." You very kindly sat down, which I appreciate. So let me know what your response is to the banner in question.
God, I wish I
So
was there.
this is a very fun argument that my dad has been telling me to go vegan. It's because he says, meat takes more time to digest, where it's not made for you, this
That's
and
not
that.
true.
But at the end of the day, honestly,
No, it's not true.
Eating meat, barbecues, it brings me happiness, man.
Oh, there you go. See, he said it brings me happiness.
That's a lie. There's no guy
Right.
that would be thinking, it's for. And who tries to eat for taste pleasure? Like
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
fake
It's not.
milk,
No, you can't
fake
argue
meat.
that meat is not pleasurable to eat, but that's not someone that's going to sit down and offer to debate a vegan
Yeah,
is not going to come to the table with the argument that I do it for taste pleasure. That's not an argument that an anti-vegan or someone that's challenging veganism is going to come to the table with. The only time you'll see that argument is when these actors come on screen with either Joey Carbstrong or Earthling Ed or someone like that, and these guys come across as someone that's been hired to concede, and this is basically what it is.
So, and at the end of the day, I think of it like if I'm not going out and hunting an animal, I'm going to Walmart. Now,
You think this guy's ever hunted an animal? No.
you
This
know,
guy's
I
never.
think we're on the same page. Looking at these two, I was like, oh man, like where did manhood go? These are effeminate women that are beta is I mean, what's lower than what's the last like a Greek letter that represents? Because I mean, look at
Is
it.
it Zeta? I don't know.
I don't know, but whatever's the maximum, the biggest there, that you can tell.
All right, here. Yeah. I mean, it's like a skit.
Vegan. They're both vegans. That's an actor right there.
Exactly.
now that meat's already there. It's been, it's whatever. It's a whole industry, meat industry, and I buy meat because I love meat. I love to barbecue, so it brings me happiness, and that's why.
weak sauce. Why won't he sit down? Why won't Earthling Ed sit down and debate me and let me teach him about crop deaths and omega-6s and China and all of that?
I feel like as long as I am not physically, I mean, it brings me happiness, and
You see, he doesn't even, he forgot the script. He started to say, as long as I'm not physically, and then he goes back to it brings me happiness. He's trying to remember the phrases and talking points that are going to bring those little debate monetary bonuses into his pocket.
Yeah, no,
There's two arguments there, isn't it? The first is happiness. The second is the meat's already there. Why is the meat there?
The meat's there because it has been killed before.
Okay, do you see that? He's got his arms crossed.
The meat's there.
See, he's got his arms crossed because he's trying to come across he's an actor. He's trying to come across as being defensive now. Like he feels uncomfortable because Earthling Ed is exposing his intellectual inconsistencies. When really in reality, this guy's most likely a vegan who's signed up to participate in some misanthropic propaganda.
There because it has been killed before.
And why have they been killed?
Because there is a large portion of the population, I guess, that likes to eat meat, know?
Yeah, and so
they like to eat meat, right? It's just, again, he's appealing to that we do it for pleasure idea.
This is like this is close to Biden, you know, reading his flashcards, you know, trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And so what happens when we buy that meat?
When I buy that meat, I am contributing to, basically, you know, when I pay for it, that money goes to their industry and they.
Right. Another vegan talking point. Right. Well, you don't want to buy the meat because then you're financially supporting the industry that tortures animals. No mention of the crop protection industry, the rodenticides that internally bleed to death, the field mice over 14 days.
Yeah.
All the misery involved with the lethal crop protection industry.
They use it, however, you know, I'm assuming to make more meat, make more profits eventually.
So it's all about right. Another vegan talking point that the meat industry is all about profits. It's a profit-driven industry. No mention of the soy curls profit. No mention of the Monsanto profits.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's supply and demand, isn't it? You're familiar with supply and demand?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's all it is in action, isn't it? The animals are dead there, obviously, but when we pay for it, we're demanding for our purchase that more be supplied.
Yeah.
So we're contributing to more animals suffering as a consequence of that. You said about happiness. Should our happiness come at the life expense of others? Exactly.
So, yeah. So that's the thing, right? How do you know if the animal's happy or not? You don't know really, right? So, and because it's now, I mean, it's kind of like we can't assume that every person out here right now around us is happy, right? You would say that we all have like an equal opportunity to be happy, or we should, you know, like.
I don't know what's going on there, but
this conversation.
Specialists and behaviorologists, every animal is very readable, and they do have
like this conversation would have never imagine men, you know, JD, I want to talk about happiness with you, man. And it's like,
yeah,
like two dudes, you know, effeminized and talking about feelings. Like what the
yeah, well, eating meat is about me trying to be happy. You know, no mention of nutrition, no mention of sustenance, no mention of avoiding disease.
Like, you know, we have the resources and this and that, but at the end of the day, every personal circumstance is different, right? Which eventually may like leads to our happiness or not. So I feel like, so the question, should our happiness come before the animal's happiness? I genuinely think, like, why not? Because like at the end of the day, you have no guarantee. You're not actively showing me that this animal is happy.
Oh no. Well, you know, I mean, they're not happy. That's the problem, isn't it? So, and the question isn't whether or not our happiness should come before their happiness.
So this was scripted. It's like, I don't think that these livestock animals are happy. Well, they're not, are they? Well, no, because their living conditions. Look at their living conditions. Oh, well, then wouldn't it be better if they weren't bred into existence and we just abolished the entire livestock agriculture? Yeah. And then the meat eater / vegan LARPing as a meat eater. It's like, yeah, you got me.
Happiness, whether or not our happiness should contribute to a system that causes them suffering and kills them. So shouldn't animals suffer and be killed for our happiness is the question.
Okay, one more, I guess, like a counter question, would being a meat eating person be okay if they came up with a system that's entirely sufferingless, entirely sufferless? You know, these animals, let's just assume these animals do not feel an ounce of pain. So like in that case, is being vegan okay? Being like meat eating, is that being a meat eater okay?
Freudian slip.
Well, firstly, obviously that doesn't exist, so that's not what we're supporting. But second, even if it did, no, because animals still has to be killed for the products that we consume. So even if you found a way to raise them and kill them that was devoid of suffering, you're still killing them, and as a consequence of killing them, depriving them of living in a longer, happier life. So no, that wouldn't work. But also, it's important to recognize that that's not what we're supporting. But just to ask that question again, should our happiness be viewed as more important than the suffering and life of an animal?
I don't think.
He's got those arms crossed.
What do you mean by happiness? Like, does he mean like, Are you willing to possibly become sick and miserable and suffer in your life for the animals? That's basically
Yeah,
it.
I think that's part of the psychology here is that, yeah, people who, what is it, 84% of vegans will
Quit or
drop
something?
it within a 2-year period. And if you talk to those people, the reason why they stopped is because they felt terrible or they became very sick, and that makes you unhappy. And if you're sick, you're going to be unhappy, and then that plays into this script here where the guy's his main reason for eating meat is because it makes him happy.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I think anybody's happiness should be, more important than the suffering and life of an animal. But at the end of the day, it's
does that sound like
life of an animal.
a meat eater's argument?
I don't think anybody's happiness should be, more
sure.
important than the suffering and life of an animal. But
That's a vegan talking point.
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's the circle of life. You feel me?
What does that mean?
So the
Hakuna
circle, what
Matata.
I mean by that is
Say again.
They said the circle of life. I said Akuna Matata. If there's somebody
Yeah.
that shouldn't be talking about the natural ecological cycles and stuff, it's these guys. The circle of life. You guys have no idea how to like go all full turn. Go ahead, dude.
is in the wild. Right now, just an example. You have so there's actually this one Instagram page, the Dark Side of Nature, that I follow. So dude, these motherfuckers post the gnarliest of shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like there's like a zebra being eaten, like a pregnant zebra, bro, being eaten alive by lions, bro. Gnarliest of shit. I don't have the heart to watch some of it, bro, to be honest. But at the end of the day, that's what
This Indian dude trying to come across like a hoodlum is just ridiculous.
nature really is, man.
I mean, look, nature is gnarly. Yeah, it's full of horrible examples of suffering and cruelty and harm. But even though that's true, does that mean that it's okay for us to cause suffering that we don't need to cause? Like, is it just because suffering exists, should we contribute to creating more suffering?
Oh, wait, that's a great perspective. So,
No, that was a great perspective.
What was the script again? It's like,
Yeah.
don't hire a vegan actor with a script, because the vegan brain fog, they're never going to get through it.
Well, that, and also he's supposed to portray someone who is frequently at a loss for words, right? So that actually can play into what they're trying to portray as a meat eater who gets cornered and doesn't know what to say. So we'll have these long, awkward moments of silence, which are supposed to portray, someone who's intellectually cornered.
Yeah.
So in terms of like suffering, right? So in this just this case, like, should we kill more animals?
You think they'll talk about crop deaths?
Maybe.
No.
Unless they bring up, crop deaths.
I feel like
you're like, oh, there you go.
Yeah, they need someone to walk by with a Garland Farms T-shirt.
That's
I
it.
feel like that question is framed in a way where you don't want to support animal suffering. You don't want to see these cute animals being suffered. But at the end of the day, bro,
You don't.
land
Did he say you don't want to see these killed animals being suffered?
I'm not sure. I heard suffered, but
He's forgetting the script.
I feel like that question is framed in a way where you don't want to support animal suffering. You don't want to see these cute animals being suffered.
These killed animals being suffered.
Yeah. Oh, that vegan brain frog.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's forgetting the script, but you can see he's looking off screen again to that cash guy. He's like, "Don't forget my bonus." I said suffering again. I said suffering, and I said killed animals. So remember, that's another $50.
Yeah. Exactly.
But at the end of the day, bro,
There's that hoodlum. Yeah, this Indian dude. He's probably, his parents are billionaires in Dubai, and here he is saying, "At the end of the day, bro. I mean, yo, homie, the suffering. I have to be happy. It's about happiness and my culture."
And then I was like, "What?" And then the other guy was like, "What?"
Ham is just tasty as shit. Like I love mutton.
Yeah.
This guy is hot.
And but I mean, like I feel like I'm not able to,
Remember your
Well, the
lines?
thing is, you say that we don't want to support animal suffering, but you are. You're paying for it. It only the situations we're describing only exist because people like yourself pay for it.
But now let's say like mainly the meats that are consumed in America is beef, pork, and chicken. Let's say, right?
Sure.
Beef, pork, chicken. So beef, pork, chicken. These are three animals that let's say we just stop consuming them.
Yeah.
First of all, I feel like that would have negative repercussions for the environment because these guys would just be running amok.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
This
So
is where he's going to say, no, we wouldn't breed them anymore.
yeah, exactly. We wouldn't be breeding them into existence and raping them.
You do realize that if it was me or you, we wouldn't even need a script. We'd just say, okay, he asked a question about, oh, he wants me to say this thing. Like we're guessing what he's going to ask before. That's
Yeah, I would know what Ed's going to say before he says it, and I would go ahead and say, you're going to say this. He said, well, yeah, I was. Okay, well, this is the real response to that.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like at the end of the day, should we create more suffering for these animals? Like, no, that's wrong, right?
That's right.
Another vegan talking point.
But at the end of the day, being a vegan, trees, that's like, that's a life.
It's a life.
No,
This is another weak sauce, right? This whole, well, plants are alive, right?
Yeah.
Just skipping the whole fact that, they don't have movies about trees like Bambi,
yeah.
Where the hunters are demonized. In fact, if you're eating a vegan diet, you're going to be destroying more trees because of the palm oil production and the soybean oil production and the soy protein isolate and soy protein concentrate. It all requires cutting down trees, but there's no emotional.
I wish that he would have sat down and like I'd be like, oh, like 2 years down. Well, I mean, I have chickens and they lay eggs, and we do slaughter a cow for my family. We don't eat much. We fast all the time, so that'll last me 2.5 years. And we have that, so that for over possibly 2 years, I have 2 deaths. That's ethical, and I don't like it when he says, well, then technically, if you did that, then that would be vegan. It's like, no, vegan. It's the name is vegetable. You're not vegan. You're just ethically eating.
Well, and the truth is that you're a human being, and whatever is required to sustain optimal health for a human being is ethical. So even if the only thing available is dove, and you've got to eat, 2-3 doves a day,
Yeah.
and that's 3 times 365, so it's 1,000, around 1,000
Yeah.
animals a year.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? That's ethical, because what's most morally prescient is the human life. The
Mhm.
fact that you need to you need to take care of your temple, which is your body. You need it to be optimally healthy. There is nothing about a number of animals. I mean, that we go there because that's where the vegan mind is, that you can illustrate that if you're talking about vegan stated claimed ethics, then yes, someone who's eating pastured beef is going to eat, a family of 4 might eat one animal every 9 months
Mhm.
or 12 months. I mean, not 9, but
Sure.
15, 16 months. I think it takes one person at today's consumption rate, 3.5 years to eat the equivalent of one cow.
Yeah.
So yeah, according to the vegan stated ethics, of course, those aren't really their ethics because they don't factor in the crop deaths.
Yeah.
Every bowl of oatmeal probably represents 3 dead animals.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like they have nothing to stand on. Like when I go see is it Carson's name or Carlson's? Carson, right?
Carson. Like
Carson,
Johnny
yeah.
Carson?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Like, has this been brought up? I'm sure you brought it up that there'd be less deaths if you ate, or have you even brought that up, or like, has it ever
Brought up what?
He said technically you would be more vegan than most vegans, so he's already aware, right?
Yeah, but that was our first conversation. Since then, he's been under the influence of vegans like Michael McCaffrey, who are telling him, no, you see, you can't say that. What you have to say is those deaths in crop protection are they're not negative rights violations, so they don't count. Those animals, they're eating our corn, which means they're trespassing on our property. They are the ones that are guilty of rights violations because they're on our property. They deserve to die. So that's where they're.
Meanwhile, you're not allowed to wait. It's like, bang! I shot him. He stepped on my thing. So it doesn't make sense, because it's like you're trying, because they compare. Meat is murder, milk is rape and all that. And then they anthropomorphize, so they humanize everything, right? But then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, then animals are human, right? They're exactly the same. You're human, animal, fine. But now all of a sudden, if an animal goes into the crop field, you shoot him. Would it be the same as shooting, like, I'm on your farm?
You like, if you wander into my garden and you cut open a cantaloupe that I grew, can I go out there and shoot you for eating a cantaloupe on my property? Yeah. No, that's not the way it works.
Mm-hmm.
That's a life. Now, just because it may or may not feel pain or whatever, you're still taking a life. Now the question now remains, like, at the end of the day, if a life is being taken, now all the question that remains is the part of suffering, right? Like, is that animal suffering when I kill it or not?
Well, that's not the only thing. Obviously, cells in our body are alive, but the act of taking an antibiotic to kill bad bacteria in our body is obviously very different to the act of killing an animal. And it's the same with plants. Plants are alive, but they're not sentient, at least not in the way that we perceive them to be. Closely aligned with the animals who we do consume. So whilst we are taking life, we're still taking life that has the capacity to suffer less, and also the experience of life they have is very different. So whilst we could go up to a cow and shoot them in the head and they wouldn't suffer, that cow is still having a subjective experience of life that we're depriving them of. Let's say a dog who walks past, it wouldn't be moral to kill a dog.
Oh, there he is with the dog torture again. You always have to talk about torturing dogs. This guy, he fantasizes about torturing dogs all the time.
They're like, you wouldn't eat a dog. It's like, why not? That's cultural. Go to Vietnam, go to Asian areas. It's like they're eating your dog. Okay, so this concept playing on the West, because we use those and they're useful. That's why we don't eat them, because they're useful.
Yeah, right. Well, not only are they useful, but a dog has to eat meat if it's going to be, so we didn't domesticate dogs as a food item. Mm-hmm. We domesticated dogs to help us hunt, help us guard livestock, help us guard the home, but we didn't domesticate dogs as a food item. There are cultures that eat dogs, but we domesticated the ruminants primarily as food items because they were able to take things that, material that we can't eat and digest, like cellulose, and turn that into nutritious meat. A dog requires nutritious meat first. You got to feed the dog nutritious meat. Why feed a dog nutritious meat and then eat the dog? Just eat the nutritious meat. You can't do that with plants because we're not herbivores.
Even if we do so in a way that's fantasizing, like, all of a sudden, like, he asked that question, all of a sudden, like, that starts spewing out of his mouth. Well, obviously, he wouldn't publish it if you were there.
Yeah. And the guy wouldn't get paid the bonus either for all those vegan talking points.
If he saw you coming, JD, for the interview, even not knowing who you are, that you're knowledgeable,
he knows. He knows.
He's not. Yeah, it's true.
I'm not very well known, but Earthling Ed knows who I am, and so does Joey Carbstrong.
Yeah.
Cause them suffering. It's still immoral to kill when we don't need to, obviously. So it's about choosing things that reduce harm, reduce suffering, and choosing to take life that experiences life in a diminished capacity compared to other life that we currently choose to take. And then to kind of go back to a couple of things that you had said kind of just before that. Now, the thing to remember, or to consider at least, is that the only reason we have all these animals is because we breed them into existence. So the logic that we're using right now, or that you've applied, is that we need to keep killing these animals, because if we stop killing these animals, we'll have to kill these animals. But the alternative is to simply stop breeding them into existence.
Yeah, can you imagine the valuable genetic material that we would, you know, we spent a long time developing those, selectively breeding these domesticated animals, and we did it for sustenance and food security. A vegan world would be would throw a wrench in food security. Veganism is a recipe for a global famine, but vegans secretly desire a global famine because they tend to be antinatalists and misanthropic.
And so the more that we breed into existence, the bigger the problem is. But if we stop breeding them into existence, this issue of overpopulation won't happen, because we simply won't bring these animals into existence in the first place.
I see. So one thing I kind of like caught on was, because you said that we're depriving. If I go up to a cow, shoot in the head, zero suffering, but I'm still depriving it of the life it could, potentially still experience. But then how is that kind of different from doing that to a plant? Now I'm taking its, or like.
So why does he have to go to the plant? Why doesn't he go to the animals that die because of the lethal crop protection industry, the pesticides, the shootings, and also the primary chemical that's causing oceanic dead zones is nitrogen, and most of that nitrogen is coming from crop agriculture.
Like any vegan organ is like, not vegan organ, that's kind of a weird term, but you know what I mean, that's not meat. So like you are depriving, I mean, we still know it has cells, it has cells in this body, keeping it alive, it's taking in oxygen, giving out carbon dioxide, making food, it's got the whole,
he got that backwards,
9 yards happening. So am I not depriving that of a life as well? I mean, see, all I'm saying is at the end of the day, we have to kill to eat.
Yes.
We're killing either plants, yes, or we're killing either animals, sure, right? So I feel like as long as it's
no, with veganism, you're killing plants and animals,
not causing a significant problem, like like meat eating, as long as it's not causing a significant problem. Like there are some places who these fuckers are poaching sharks and shit who are already endangered. Yeah. Guys, come on, don't do that,
Sure, you don't do that.
Yeah, come on, there's lamb, beef, beautiful fucking shit you can grill and all that, bro. Tender meat,
This guy, he keeps swinging in and out of this hoodlum persona, and that's not this guy's real personality. He's just trying to come across as like a callous meat eater, right? Yeah. So in order to come, this guy's just like very effeminate. He's a vegan, so he's got this huge empathy for animals, and he thinks in order to he's such a bad actor that he thinks in order to portray a hardcore meat eater that he's got to curse and act like he's like a Crip. Mm-hmm. Either the Crips or the Hoods. He's like, is he from the East Coast or the West Coast? Well, he's probably from San Diego, like all of the other fake meat eaters that Earthling Ed debates.
Oh, juicy. You get where I'm kind of like, as long as it's not really, as long as it's not really hurting someone, like actually.
But that's ironic,
but
right?
It's suffering. Yeah, it's ironic. It's suffering. But that's the thing. At the end of the day.
You look at these effeminate hand gestures.
Even a vegan person is having to kill, but it's just about what you're killing.
Sure, absolutely is. But what we're killing is very important, because
honey, want to make love tonight?
The first thing to consider is this: even if we think that plants and animals are morally comparable, animals consume plants, right?
Okay.
So animals, by the virtue of having to consume, eat more plants than we.
Oh, okay. So here we go. They eat more plants. So now he's claiming that, well, yeah, plants might suffer. Plants are alive, but if we
Mhm.
feed plants to animals and then eat the animals, then we're killing plants and animals. When really that's the story with veganism, is that the crop protection industry and all of the petroleum derived agrochemicals, these are all killing quadrillions of animals every year.
That's right.
And there's no mention of those from either one of these actors.
We do, because think about how much a cow eats over their lifespan. So actually, by being vegan, we reduce the number of plants that are being killed as well. So even if we think that plants should be morally relevant, by being vegan, we're still contributing to less plants being killed and consumed overall, because we're eliminating the 85 billion land animals or so who also are consuming plants at the same time. So in and of itself, you've also made an argument to be vegan, because that reduces the amount of plants being harmed.
But then why are you kind of like against the circle? Not against, but like, why are you just kind of like, why interfere with that circle of life? Because I mean, God made, apart from humans, God has a very nice system, like animals eat, like.
That nice?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful system.
If I was a god, I wouldn't have created this system.
Why?
Because it's
What's
a system
wrong
of
with it?
violence and harm.
So you just want like what?
Well, how about did you ever see the video that I made that exposed the fact that Blue Horizons, that finances Earthling Ed, they recently purchased a pesticide company?
Is that the
And I went through-
pesticide? Like he supports a company, but it's pesticides for monocrops? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So there's a company that owns a pesticide company.
Okay.
The Blue Horizons owns a pesticide. I think they paid $50 million for ownership position. And so they're profiting off of the sale of pesticides that are sprayed on harmful monocrops.
Mm-hmm.
I went through each one of those pesticides and showed how they're killing mammals, they're killing fish, they're killing insects, they're killing birds, they're killing reptiles, amphibians, and they're profiting from that. But then they're taking profits and they're pouring those profits into Earthling Ed's pockets, and then he's going out and promoting veganism. And the more prevalent is veganism, the more prevalent is monocropping, the more profits the pesticide companies make. So he doesn't ever disclose any of that information in these debates.
What do you take out of this system, I guess?
Unnecessary suffering and harm. If I was a god and I could have created the world in any way that I saw fit, I'd have created the world where suffering and harm need not exist.
How do you know love without suffering? If there is no definition of pain, if there is no definition of suffering, if there's no definition of bad, there's no definition of good. You have to have the other side of the coin.
No, I mean, I disagree, but obviously we're talking, we're going off on a tangent. But the circle of life you're describing, the circle of life purely means this. Everyone who's born is going to die. That's all it means. But it doesn't mean that we have the right to take life prematurely.
That's not what that means. What that means is that lions must eat herbivores or whatever animal they can get their teeth into. Hyenas, wolves, coyotes, mountain lions. Predators are monogastric carnivores. They cannot eat a vegan diet.
No, and that then it shows, right? Because their digestive tract is really simple, they have to eat meat because it's digested easier. And they were saying that it's opposite. Look, I've never pooped out a hot dog. A piece of hot dog you poop out. Okay, you eat corn, coming out a little bit.
True.
You're going to die one day, that's a fact of life. But someone's not justified to come up and kill you just because that's true. And so obviously everyone's going to die, but that doesn't mean that we have the right just to take life arbitrarily and unnecessarily. If we cannot
unnecessarily, see, that covers the crop deaths. That's their excuse, is that you point out the crop deaths and they're like, yes, but we don't kill animals unnecessarily. It's necessary that we kill those animals. So the crop deaths, they don't matter.
Not take life, even though that life will one day die, it's still not right for us to take life when we don't need to.
But I just don't kind of.
When we don't need to. Again, that's that he's hedging.
Acknowledging we do, but
he's hedging for the future. When someone says, well, what about crop deaths? He says, yeah, I said need to. We need to kill those animals because they're trespassing.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like failing to see the double standard between plants and animals now.
Okay, so let's say you have two choices. One is to cut the throat of a pig, and one is to cut the stalk of a broccoli.
Okay.
Is there a moral difference between those two things?
I am killing a living thing.
So is there a moral difference between those two things? No. So what about killing a human and cutting the stalk of a broccoli?
Now that's two very different things.
Why?
Killing, now the reason is because I will not devour the human after that. That means I am killing simply for the act of killing, which is very wrong. That means I'm a murderer at that point. Here I am killing to consume its like to cook, to.
So now I think, the way this is scripted, I'm going to guess where this is going. He's going to say, well, what if you ate the human being? Would that then make it okay to kill a human being?
To provide, nutrition to other people who will eat with me.
But you could cannibalize.
I'm not a cannibal.
I told you, right? You could cannibalize, and then that would make it okay to kill a human being.
And one second though, I like how vegans, nutrients don't exist in their diet, so obviously there's no need to acknowledge it. They're trying to say, like, imagine I have a field of broccoli now, okay, and I'm gonna survive on that. And JD, he has a pig, and he's gonna slaughter the pig. He's gonna eat every aspect of the pig, and that's all he has to do is live off pig. And I got broccoli. The idea that like they never mention nutrients. It's like, do you like soy, corn, rice, all these things? Like they have a little calcium oxalate, some maybe minerals like mag or something, and there's no nutrients in it. There's no nutrients at all. Yet they're always talking like as if like we could survive on those things.
Yeah. It's veganism is a lie. I've said it a million times.
Yeah. And if you were, would that make it okay?
So now it's going into ifs and buts. Cannibalism is illegal. So I think like we should just entirely take that topic off the table.
Does legality equal morality?
I feel like we live in a world where we have to mold our morality according to legality.
But does legality equal morality? Is something moral because it's legal or immoral because it's illegal?
I feel your morals are the way you define it, right?
Okay, but what do you think about the question I'm asking?
So yeah, so like kill the stalk of killing someone, and then a stalk of a broccoli. But that's what I'm saying. There's two very different incentives to do so.
But if you were to cannibalize, the incentive would be the same.
Let's say the incentive is the same. I'm a cannibal and I'm killing it.
So is it now moral to kill a human because we're going to eat them?
So now this is considering a world where everybody around me is also cannibals.
Not necessarily.
No,
it's just applying the logic you've used.
Now that's the different thing. Now I'm an outcast because not everybody around me is a cannibal.
But that doesn't mean that it's moral or immoral. You can be an outcast doing a moral thing.
It's not a question about. I don't feel like it's a question about. See.
Okay, so now he's got the arms crossed again. He's trying to portray. Oh, you got me.
Like it's like, oh wow, he's pushing back now. Like this is real.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this vegan logic, I can't deal with it. It's just too logical.
Interesting. So now, this is two very different scenarios, though. It's like you got a meat-eating guy versus broccoli, and a whole human versus broccoli. But in the human versus broccoli case, I'm kind of like an outcast. We're not living in a world of cannibals, and so. For me, let's say, like I said, morality is defined by a person. So I would say that for me, morally killing, even if I'm a cannibal, killing a.
So they're just kind of, they've, I guess, agreed off screen that morality is subjective. And that's what they're both agreeing on, is that morality is subjective. However, and most vegans are atheists. So where does their moral compass originate?
Well, exactly. But philosophically, the minute you can like totally, debunk them if they put themselves, because then you could say, okay, well, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Yeah. What were we talking about, JD, again? What did he just say?
Morality, subjective.
Oh yeah, morality and stuff like that. So if we're just animals, right? So when did morality start? So when we were in the primordial soup, was it there? When we're various animals, when did it jump? And all of a sudden, humans that are just animals, but all of a sudden we have morality put on ourselves. It's like you can't do that. If I'm an animal, then and morality, there's no moral giver, there's no an objective, then everything's relative. Then even for them, I could say that then morality is relative, and then you have, if it, you can't accuse me of anything if you're coming from that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's subjective. What
Correct.
does that mean? Is my opinion if it's moral or not?
Yeah. Yeah. The
It's
person
opinion.
defines the
You say
morality.
relative. Well,
Yeah.
is there an absolute like, it doesn't make sense. That means
It
that
boils down to this. The only thing that's immoral is eating animals.
That's
You
it.
can kill an animal for any reason except to eat it. And that's the vegan morality.
Yeah.
Like, let's say I'm a cannibal, right? And then killing a person, a sentient human being who can vocally express, like vocally in my language, not through actions or sounds and shit, can straight up tell me that I don't want you to kill me. I want to live another day. You're taking that man's, will to live away. Now the cow thing, if we go,
You're taking his will to live away. So these guys are such horrible actors. They're throwing words in there that change the meaning of what they're saying. I hope they get their bonuses anyway.
backtrack.
But what if they don't speak English though? What if they speak Chinese and you don't understand it? It's just sounds and language. It's just sounds and noises again.
Oh, very interesting, huh?
Yes,
I mean, so if I would say, I'd get a translator, but let's just say they can't talk or nothing. I get where you're coming from. I don't know, dude. That's a very interesting perspective, but that's the thing. I just feel like we're comparing apples and oranges, you know?
Not really, because the logic you use is that killing killing a pig and cutting a piece of a broccoli stalk is morally the same because it's about nutrition. And so you're saying, well, it's the same to kill a pig as it is to cut the broccoli because you're going to eat them. But then if I kill a human to consume them, it should, that's all right, don't worry. Then morally, it must be the same and comparable because it's taking life. But it's okay because I'm taking life to consume nutrients.
That means we're also drawing a parallel between like beef, lamb, and stuff, and a human.
You're the one who's drawing those comparisons by saying that it's morally justified to kill anyone if they're alive, simply because you can get nutrients from doing so as a consequence of killing them.
Yeah, that's the only time that they'll speak about nutrients. That one word, one time.
I said we should an animal.
Yeah.
If I kill an animal.
Humans are animals?
Humans are animals, but there's a reason we've come to call ourselves humans now. When we say animals, we don't like when we.
Well, you don't see, by and large, you don't see lions preying on lions. You don't see wolves preying on wolves.
Yeah.
A species preying on the same species is not something you see out there anywhere. There are exceptions, but as a rule, species do not participate in what we would call cannibalism, or
when we say animals
eating their own species.
To eat, we don't consider humans. It's understood humans are not in that.
Why?
It's because you realize you have to take someone's life, like unwillingly. Animals cannot convey that.
They can. They can make noises. They can fight to try and survive.
How do you know that's just vocal?
So if I kick a dog and that dog cowers and
There he is again, torturing dogs. This guy fantasizes about torturing dogs on the regular. I mean, he spends probably 60% of his time each day fantasizing about different ways to torture dogs.
It's a whelping noise.
You know what? You got me in the corner, man. You got me in the corner.
Again.
Good shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you got me in the corner. Good debate, dude. I fucking fell off, dude. I used to debate for high school. Fucking fell off. You got me in the corner. I just have to admit, at this point, I can't fucking keep grinding my gears. Good shit, guys. He got me, but I love meat. I love lamb. I love to barbecue. I'm like the type of guys. Today's a Friday, right? Yeah. Saturday, tomorrow, I'm gonna go up to the pool. Yeah. Get a couple, 6-pack Coronas, nice. A nice lamb, and we're gonna be fucking grilling that shit. But
is that a moral thing to do?
Is that no?
By tomorrow, 6 beers down, morality's gonna be out the window for me. No, I don't know, man.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This guy's
That's how
like
mediators act. They're like, I don't care. After my conscience, I'm eating animal.
Yeah, this guy's swinging back and forth. I mean, he spent the last 20 minutes sitting there talking about, well, it's wrong. I know that it's wrong to kill animals and the suffering and I agree. It's your talking points and you got me, bro. You got me. And then all of a sudden the switch.
It affects a lot of people because there was a guy that was looking, what was he looking? For a sandwich or something. And I said as a joke, oh, they're over there. I go, but there's also filet mignon. And he literally like turned around and he was proud. He was like, oh yeah, but I don't eat red meat. And then he goes and grabs like an egg sandwich with white bread. And I'm going like,
oh yeah.
thought that he made a good choice.
Yeah. I won't eat red meat, but he'll eat all that ultra processed plant garbage.
It won't be out the window because you wouldn't rape someone, would you? Some rounds is not out the window then.
For me, like me personally, killing an animal and eating it, I feel it does not go. It's not immoral.
But then morally justify it.
But then you'll say, I don't know why.
Morally justified. I personally, while I contribute by paying to the killing of the animal, as long as I don't have to kill an animal with my own hands, I'm chill.
But why are they being killed?
Because I want to eat it. And
so they're being killed for you.
Yeah, I guess you
so
could.
You are paying for it.
I don't care.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just
so are you culpable?
So I can have a supper.
I guess you could say for their murder. Yeah.
So then how do you morally justify it?
Well, I guess maybe I don't. I just like to eat meat then. Maybe.
Yeah.
It is so. It's getting aggressive, isn't it?
Yeah, I just like to eat meat. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I gain essential nutrients from doing so. If I stop eating meat, I'll become sick and potentially die. If I reproduce, I might give birth to a child that's got a very horrible birth defect. We know that vegans give birth to children with birth defects more often. Those studies are out there.
So India has one of the highest of birth rates.
Birth defects in India.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me one bit. But the vegans like that. They find out that a human being is suffering. They're like high-fiving each other.
Maybe it's not morally justified.
Maybe not. So if someone enjoys something, that makes it okay?
If someone so now we're getting into dangerous territory, dog. Because if like there can be people who can enjoy a shit ton of weird stuff, but then is it okay?
Yes. Is it?
See, that's like depends on the nature of the crime, man. I mean, dude, I've been watching like a lot of documentaries and these days on Netflix, and bro, people are weird. They like weird.
So now he's got this body language where he's just completely blocking himself from Earthling Ed. He's like, completely defeated. Now he's just got to get the arms up.
Shit, like some people
like
just
killing animals unnecessarily.
Oh, hey, I see what you did there. But shit, I mean, I guess might not be the best, but animals are tasty, man. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Meanwhile, every single vegan is obsessed. You go on YouTube. This is how I make. I've seen guys with like watermelons making a fake like ham. Like you have all these replacement milks, replacement eggs, replacement for everything. Yet they're
replacement is not the right word. It's fake,
or imitation or fake. Yet they'll tell.
They're not a replacement. So replacement is absolutely the wrong word to use. Don't use that word anymore.
Yeah,
because it's not accurate.
No, I know. But I'm saying is they're the ones craving. They're the ones constantly trying to make food not based on health, but on how it tastes. Oh my God, this tastes just like eggs. And it's
not even that. It's more important that it looks like it.
Yeah, it has to look like it. And
Yeah,
I did a video about the hypocrisy. I'm like, if you're gonna say that milk is rape, right? Meat is murder, and what's the other one? Anyways, murder and rape. So if milk is rape,
Slavery.
why would you make imitation rape? Like a pedophile is not allowed to have an imitation child. They'll go to jail even if it's not the real deal. So if you are truly talking about this product as a rape, then you're
honey,
like,
meat is murder. Now, when you get back from the supermarket, I want you to bring me some of that Beyond Meat, okay? Because I'm hungry for a hamburger.
Yeah.
I want some imitation murder. Thank you.
Yeah. but it's not for taste pleasure. It's because I know there's nutrients that are fortified there that aren't.
Yeah, and they're not even fortified with the nutrients that you would get in meat.
They're just
But some people think humans are tasty, so there we go again, right? Cannibalism.
Really?
that's
And so what,
Yeah.
but
you know what? I would genuinely love to have this debate. Can I like do a little more research and shit? Because I just saw that I came out to get some like bananas and shit.
Wish it was bananas. So.
Yeah, banana. I got some eggs too. So.
Ah, well, that's a shame.
But yeah, dude, I would honestly like. I'm stumped right now. I where you're coming from, you got the upper hand. I'm stumped right now. Don't got nothing to say.
Yeah.
So.
I just need my bonuses and I'll be on my way.
Oh, shit. I mean, yeah, that's where I am right now. So.
Okay, well, what I'd love to do is give you some resources so you can look into it in your own time as
Yes,
well.
sir.
But I think the important thing to recognize is just
I need you to go watch Dominion and Game Changers. And I want you to go to PETA and watch some animal torture porn that they staged. They paid some people to torture these animals. And I really want you to wallow in animal torture for the next 6 months. And maybe you'll stay vegan as long as you're always thinking about dogs being kicked and stabbed and thinking about animal torture and rape and murder.
just because you enjoy something doesn't mean it's okay, right?
Maybe, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's true. Maybe like, what if you're a bully and shit? You know, you're like the bully people. That's not okay.
It's not okay, is it? But
And
they could say, well, hey, you know, what a circle of life. Nature is cruel.
Whoever told this guy that he could come across as like a hood, like a hoodlum, like with all the cussing, all the, when he tries to act like a gang member.
He's so hood and so intimidating that he had to put a mustache and, just so he could effeminize himself, because, we would be intimidated. This is just he had to put on a disguise.
Yeah, he's like the gang member of the trans community.
Rule other animals do bullying things to other animals, and I like it.
Shit, yeah, that's a perspective of thinking about if you enjoy something, is it okay?
Yeah.
That gives me something to go home and think about. I appreciate that.
And you could see someone punching someone and go, hey man, don't punch that person. They go,
I
you're
enjoy
stood
that.
on grass right now, and grass is alive too. So there you go. The logic that we use doesn't always make sense, right?
Yeah, it gets nasty. Good stuff. That was an interesting talk, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I would love to write down some resources. Have you got notes or something on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, dog. I appreciate it.
So nice to meet you.
Yeah, and you too, likewise. And it was gave me something to think about when I go home. And
I'm glad to hear that.
Dude, that's what life is all about.
Absolutely.
Taking a new perspective.
Absolutely.
Learning every day, because you got to be 1% better every day.
Absolutely right.
You got to be.
Who is Michael McCaffrey?
Michael McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Well,
is that the guy you're talking about? The last name?
Is he in the chat or something?
Yeah, you're saying that he's the cage.
Oh yeah, there he is. But you're against factory farming too, aren't you, Garden Farms?
Yeah.
Well, I am for regenerative ruminant grazing, Michael. I am not for, and I've said this multiple times, I am not for criminalizing concentrated feedlots. What I'm for is for the consumers to stop demanding the CAFO product. What you want is you want to outlaw it, and because you want there to be a slippery slope, like boiling the frog, you want to start with the CAFOs, but you want to end with Garland Farms. You also want to outlaw Garland Farms, don't you, Michael? Yes, you do.
So tell me one thing, JD. If what were we feeding because it seems to me that we started extracting from the soybean first, the oil, and then after there was a byproduct, they decided to make it into soy meal, right? So, and now we're feeding them that. So what were we doing before then? We didn't have the soy meal. Was it like, I don't know, was it grass fed or something, or what were they being fed before this? Before they wanted to make money with the garbage and then decided like, well, we can feed it to the cows. and now it's become, you know, a moneymaker as well. Seems
Well,
to me
this is the way. Yeah, this is the way it happened. Ruminants naturally eat grass and leaves and weeds and flowers and all types of natural prairie forage, forest forage, and in fact, what we know today as the continental United States. Back before the 1800s, there were about 106, more than 160 million ruminants, including buffalo, long pronghorn antelope, moose, sheep, like mountain goats, deer. And today, that's been whittled down to about 115 million, including all domestic ruminants. So none of those animals were fed soybean meal. None of them were fed corn. They were thriving on natural prairie forages.
Right. And by the way, I'm stupid because those grasslands, they must need to be sprayed with a lot of chemicals, right? You know, just like, you know, the food that they're feeding the crops.
No, actually, they don't require any chemicals whatsoever.
Anything in just grasslands. Wow, that's amazing.
It's right. You don't need the petroleum industry at all.
But I mean, it must cost a fortune, you know, to produce. So
no, you just let them eat the grass. It's all of those resources are free.
Yeah, but you must need to like water. You have to water all these grasslands.
Yeah, the clouds move in, it rains, and then the plants grow and the cows eat it. So it's a self-sustaining system.
Oh my God, I'm speechless. You got me, bro. You got me, bro. Shit.
Yeah.
So to me,
so here's what happened. They started processing these grains and legumes, and then they had these residues left over, and they began to feed them to the ruminants, because the ruminant can take something like cellulose that's left over after, like spent grains, distillers grains. These are grains that have already been processed to produce a product destined for human consumption, and then there's this leftover non-edible garbage, and we feed it to the ruminants, and the ruminants can turn that into nutritious meat that can sustain our biology in an optimally healthy way.
That's what's so frustrating about it, is that they're talking. See, they want to completely restructure, right? They want to, you know, everything's vegan, but then then when I say, well, look, what if we stop feeding all of those grains, so you guys can get all the grains you want for yourself, and we could put all the cows, just, you know, kilometers of just ruminant animals and stuff like that everywhere where all those grains were. But first of all, that wouldn't change much, because the soybean crops would stay there, because it's all about the soybean oil. So even if you would put cows on grass, the world would still be producing just as much crops, because the majority of crops, are.
It's not just the oil, but all of those nutrients that you would be omitting from the human diet by abolishing livestock. You would have to replace those nutrients as well.
Yeah.
So they say, well, we just go palm oil, and palm oil won't. They would almost have to double the palm oil production to replace the loss in soy, but then when they would have to quadruple soy to make up the difference in protein. And then if you make up the difference in protein by quadrupling the what's currently now grown in soy, you'll get rid of all you'll have to get rid of all the rainforests, and then you'll also have to build these huge factories to make all of the synthetic nutrients that you're no longer getting in meat. So it's a huge, it will not work. It's an environmental disaster. It's a global famine waiting to happen. But let me explain to you the end of what I was saying earlier, is that there's Michael McCaffrey. There are other oils, many that take way less space than soy. And you know,
How about we not use any of the oils? How about we go
Yeah.
back to like animal fat and cholesterol?
Yeah.
You know, the stuff.
He's not going to acknowledge, like I said, all of those grams of protein that he would be omitting, all of those fat soluble vitamins that he would be omitting. So it's not just about the oil. That's what those vegans like David Rams, all those guys, they tried to hedge it into, well, it's just about the oil that could be replaced with palm. But what they're trying to do is make excuses for the fact that 92% of all soybeans in the world are processed to extract the oil, and 100% of that oil goes to human consumption.
You want me to show you? I have that right now if you want me to pop it up.
No, I've talked about that before. What I want to cover is I want to tell how the concentrated feedlot system has been incentivized. Okay, so this could be reversed. First of all, the majority of that acreage that's being grown, that's being used to grow corn and soybean, should be repurposed for regenerative ruminant grazing systems.
Yeah.
And what happened is the corn and soybean is heavily subsidized. They get like at least 10 times more subsidies than livestock. So it's very cheap to produce that waste, like the distiller's grains, the soybean meal. They sell that to the livestock producers. Very cheap. Meanwhile, the agricultural land, the non-arable agricultural land that will not support crops but will support livestock, which is the majority of the agricultural land, they have linked the value of that to the value of commercial property in urban areas. So instead of looking at the profit that can be made with ruminant grazing, which is very low, the profit's very low for producers of cattle, producers of sheep, producers of goat, compared to the profit margins that someone could make like in a city in at a busy intersection, that the value, that might be the property value at a high traffic intersection in the city might be $1 million an acre. So that drives up the price of non-arable agricultural property, so that the farmland now is for the most part too expensive for most people to purchase. So someone that's wanting to get into the livestock industry has two choices. They can either spend millions and millions of dollars on a little bit of property and do it the right way and do regenerative grazing, or they can buy just a little bit of property and instead of grazing their animals, buy these grain residue and these processing residues, crop residues, and feed them in a concentrated feedlot. And that's cheaper and the profit margins are higher. So right now the system is set up to disincentivize regenerative grazing operations, and the concentrated feedlots are incentivized. So those incentives should be manipulated so that the regenerative ruminant grazing should be incentivized and the concentrated feedlot should be disincentivized. And then all of the subsidies towards the grain and legume industry should come to a screeching halt, and you'd see you'd see all of this correct. You'd see people would have access to organic pastured meats, and it would be affordable because there'd be profit in it for people like me. But instead, the vegans don't want to incentivize a healthier animal agriculture. What they want to do is they want to criminalize all livestock, criminalize all animal agriculture. And that's what Michael McCaffrey, Carson from Reasonable Vegan, they've got it in their minds that they can approach us pretending to be reasonable and get us on board with abolishing and criminalizing concentrated feedlots, and they're pretending that, that to get us on board, they're pretending that that's where they're going to stop. But then you watch them on live streams with other vegans, and they're telling those other vegans that our plan is to get these other meat eaters on board with outlawing things like dairy and concentrated feedlots, and then later take the meat away from them altogether. So they're very dishonest in the way that they approach this. And this is a very Machiavellian approach that these guys are taking.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to ask like what he would think. I said, being reasonable, it was up higher. I said, McCaffrey, how many wild animal deaths does each vegan kill unintentionally in a year? And let's forget like even the bugs for now, even though I think that they should count to a certain extent. But anyways, just tiny critters, I don't know if he's left or something.
He doesn't care. He if you'll watch my debate.
I'm just curious. I want to know his answer. Is he not even willing? He goes, it ends up being like actually less than one per.
Yeah. He'll quote. There's studies out there that have been published by vegans that omit most of the crop deaths, and so there are numbers that can be cited, and they're all.
I gotta go make sure the animals are cooped. And
I'm listening, Judy.
They're all underestimated. They're all underestimated. So,
okay, so let's say how much? Sorry, I was kissing the baby. How much is it at least 8 million wild animals?
Well, they'll say, well, yeah, it's 8 million, but you've got how many trillion?
Just 8 million? Are they saying literally out of all the global, there's only 8 million tiny rats or things like that? No, like it has to be how much? I want him to give the.
He's not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna answer you.
I would be in favor of what you're suggesting. Who is suggesting? Who? McCaffrey. I'm eating meat because blah, blah, blah. He's working out the math. They don't know because they don't acknowledge it correctly. And I would be in favor of what you're suggesting. Who's suggesting what? Can you answer?
I think he's speaking to what I said, which is ban CAFOs first, the concentrated feedlot model, and then move on from there to banning regenerative ruminant grazing, pastured chickens, organically properly raised livestock. That's what he's in favor of, but he thinks that he can get his foot in the door by working with people like me to criminalize the concentrated feedlot model first. And I'm not going to work with him to criminalize that. I would disincentivize it, but also we need to disincentivize harmful monocrops like palm oil, soybean, and corn. Oh, okay. There he is. He says, I'm not pretending that's where I'm going to stop. So he's admitting that his plan.
Yeah, go ahead, GD.
He's confessing right there that he's intending to abolish the entire livestock industry, but he wants to use me to make that happen, to help make that happen. He thinks that I'm so stupid that I'm going to get on board with his campaign to start with the CAFOs when his intention is to move from there to me. That's how stupid he thinks I am.
It's dishonest about voting for legislation that moves the needle in the right direction. Even, they don't care. It's like, oh, okay. How about this? Because I'm eating a human appropriate diet and I'm eating what I'm made of, animal protein, animal fat, and cholesterol, I'm able to fast days at a time. Okay. even somebody who eats nutritious animal food will be satisfied, will easily be able to do 5 days of eating, 2 days of fasting. And somebody that would do that would end up 5 and 2, about 96 days. If people adopted nutrition, which is animal based, that keeps you satiated, okay, that is literally what you're made of, because you vegans don't understand that carbohydrates is strictly fuel, and carbohydrates are not building your body. Hence why you all look frail and emaciated, unless you're a junk food vegan, because then after your emaciation and your nutritional deficiencies is covered by layers of flab. So at least you don't look like the other vegans. Either they're fat or they're frail and emaciated. And is he giving an answer?
He says, I don't know the number.
Okay.
Depends
Look,
on what you're including in animation, I guess. If you mean starting at rodent and up, my contribution,
sure.
I'd guess maybe 1,000.
Globally, for 1,000 each, or what's he mean? Like 1,000 smaller animals for every vegan? Because there's about what, 8 million vegans? Just be wait. I get, if you mean starting at rodents and up, I guess maybe like each vegan would unintentionally, just because of the protection and stuff like that, that's necessary. Smaller rodents that are not intentionally killed would be about 1,000 each. 1,000.
1,000 per vegan
Yeah, is that what you
annually?
1,000 in all, or 1,000 per each vegan for 365 days? Understanding that yes, you are eating.
That's that might actually be accurate. And so then if we have a vegan world, then you've got 8 billion vegans, 8 billion times 1,000. You know, what does that come to?
Yeah, 800 billion. Wait, geez, I'm bad with math. Okay, so now that did he acknowledge, like, let's say it's 1,000, that's reasonable. Let's do 500 per vegan. I'll even go 200 per vegan. So do those small animals have a nervous system, and would their suffering be as intense as a big cow with a nervous system? I think that the degree of suffering doesn't depend on size. Okay, so nervous system. So let's say the low ball, each vegan only kills unintentionally, with all the global, 200. So you're guilty, okay, of 200 animal deaths to support your diet per year, right? Now, don't forget, those animals, how are they dying? Your unintentional, which I'm going down. Hey, I'll go down to 100. Okay. So how are they dying? Okay. No, we're not just, forget about the turbine harvesters. That's not going to be the case. Okay. But are these animals killed rapidly, or are they eating stuff like rodenticides that are anticoagulants, where they become anticoagulated and slowly bleed to death? Often they say 3 to 5 days, and that's first generation. Then the bigger animal eats, and there could be up to 3 generations or more of slower and slower deaths that are prolonged. So if you vegans like to define veganism as minimizing as much as is practical, not the death, the suffering, correct? The suffering of the animals. What would be a good equation of suffering? To me, it would seem that it's pain, okay, pain intensity multiplied by duration, right? So we have cows that are slaughtered, okay, small duration and small intensity, very little amount of suffering, perhaps large amounts, correct? Okay, so what about that one rat, okay? And you have 200 of them. Every single one of those animals, even if we say, oh, only 5 minutes, it's still, if you do the equation that vegans should be using, because it's not about minimizing animal death, animal suffering, therefore, you cannot count this many animals eaten and this many animals killed, because it's about intensity as well as duration. And your duration of those wild animals is way more. Now, what if I have 32 chickens in my backyard? I eat their eggs. Okay. They run around because they're like my pets. And when they,
Okay, Michael said his contribution. So
but wait, just
he's
let me
saying
finish.
that his
So that's one
contribution is
death.
1,000 animals, right?
Eh? Well, I think he was saying 1,000. I'll give him
Yeah,
100.
he said, I said my contribution. So his contribution to the animal deaths annually would be 1,000 per year.
Right. So just let me finish my last thing, because that was the whole buildup. So if today, okay, I do have 32 chickens, okay, and I'm not organized this year, but let's say I have the 32 chickens and I go and kill one cow that I know has been raised in the fields here, okay, so you can't add intensity of suffering being locked up. So that cow that I'm going to purchase, great life, boom, very quickly it's dead. So no death with my chickens. A brief blip of suffering there. Okay, so that's one. And let's say I add another one, a lamb, and I slaughter a lamb. So I kill 2 deaths. Okay, and that feeds my family for well over a year. And because I eat animal food and fat, okay, most of my family skips
Can I
days.
explain something to you?
So how can he justify that? I'm way more ethical.
I'm going to tell you how he justifies it.
Well, he's an idiot if he does. He's a liar.
He justifies it like this. Those 2 animals that you kill are negative rights violations. Those 1,000 animals that he kills are not rights violations, because they were trespassing on his crops and they were guilty of the crime of trespassing, which means those animals that died for his crop, for his food, were guilty of rights violations.
Okay,
that's how he justifies it.
Michael, I don't care if that's not how you define veganism. Okay, you just said that, you know what, and dude, look, you got the point I was trying to make. How about 50 deaths? 50 deaths per vegan. I don't care, dude. Okay, you want to be dishonest? Everyone's watching, and anyone normal, okay, that's not in a cult, it's very clear. Okay, all the chickens, no suffering. I'm not killing them. Tons of food, as well as those. I kill 2. Okay, and seems to me the definition is suffering. Now, if you want to switch it like reasonable vegan and stuff like that, now I know why reasonable vegan is switching stuff. It's because you're coaching him. So anyways, look, everyone knows that if you raise chickens in your backyard and you go and buy one grass-fed animal, and on top of it, you're not eating carbs all the time and you're not constantly starving, you can go like days. I'm telling you, 96 days. I can easily fast like more than 2 days. But yeah, so I'm also 96 days, okay, where vegans are eating something, I'm not. So imagine if everyone was eating like me, okay, then, you know.
You're missing the point, Jason. He doesn't care. That's why he's willing to say, well, you might be killing 2, I might be killing 1,000, but the 1,000 that I kill don't matter. They do not matter, because they were the ones that were guilty of rights violations. They were trespassing.
Okay. So if there's rights violations and animals have the same rights as human, when the hell are you allowed to shoot a trespassing person? Somebody is murdered for capital punishment. Like, so again, you're not being consistent.
Yeah, he's the judge, jury, and executioner.
Because they're equal, right? Animals and humans are equal. So you wouldn't go shoot.
And the trespassing only applies.
I was like eating the stuff.
And the trespassing only applies to the animals whenever they trespass on the crops. The crops weren't originally trespassing on the animal's natural ecosystem. So all of those animals that were killed and continue to be killed for wandering back onto their home territory that were stolen away from them by the crops, they don't count those rights violations. They just count those rights violations don't start until the crops are established.
Yeah. Happy Valley Free Range made a good point. You know, everything living revolves around death, no matter how we live. And like, yeah, I've said that often. It's like, okay, you know, animals eat animals and plants, right? And we eat animals and plants. And animals, there's some of them that would eat us, right? And then after we all die, and then the soil, okay, requires our death, because all of the living matrix requires that, and the cycle. So then your plants technically are thriving on death. So these spiritual vegans that say that eating animal is negative, is low vibrations, then no, technically you're it's grown, it's created out of death. So yeah, everything eats everything in this fallen world. Like, deal
Yeah.
with it. Okay.
That's the deal, is that it started like this. When I came on the scene, all the vegans were claiming that veganism was cruelty free, that no animals died. And then I pointed out that animals are dying in crop agriculture. And then they said, oh, well, yeah, animals are dying, but only during the harvesting process. So if they're too slow or too stupid to get out of the way of the harvester, then yeah, they might get injured or killed, but that's just very few animals. And then I said, well, yeah, there are animals killed during the harvesting, but there's also animals killed during the planting and during the plowing. And then you got the crop protection industry with all the rodenticides and insecticides and all of the herbicides and the fungicides. And then you've got the synthetic nitrogen, mined phosphorus, mined potassium that are getting washed into the streams, causing oceanic dead zones. And then they said, oh, well, yeah, in fact, and then they conceded and they said, you're right. There might be more animals being killed for the vegan menu, but those animals deserved to die because they were guilty of rights violations themselves. They were trespassing on our crops. So they were shot in the face and they deserved it. So this is how far into la la land vegans have had to travel in order to justify the cult itself.
Why don't you just let him come on if he wants to?
Okay, well, he's welcome to come on.
Michael, come on.
I'll put a link up there in case he wants to come on.
We'll give you a carrot if you come on. Let's go. I have some Netflix to watch. He's not going to come on, or
He's probably studying. He's got a skit. He's got a skit with Earthling Ed.
Probably busy writing Carson's next schedule for tomorrow. What to say and what to do. Making the flashcards.
Yeah. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall when Michael was explaining to Carson.
Well, I'll have to admit, you know, the vegan community do support each other way more than any of the carnivore or anything like that. Because you remember when Jeffrey, when he was like trying to come back and redeem himself, and he's admittedly saying, "This is amazing. Vegans all across the world are getting together to help me and coach me."
Yeah. To get Garland Farms.
I do care. It's not their guilt that. Look, if you're too much of a coward to come on, then at least have the decency and be a man, and don't go like a gimp and keep on writing. We just invited you here to speak man to man, and what, you're just going to continue in the chat? Yeah. Anyways, it's late, JD. How long have we been doing this? This was the stream where I said I can only stay on for 1 hour.
Yeah.
If he does come on, though, call me. I'll run back.
Oh, what did he say here? He says, I do care. It's not their guilt, Garland Farms. That's the LVL's argument. No, I think what he's not saying that they're guilty. He's just saying that killing them is not a rights violation because they're protecting their crops. These are crops that were grown on what was originally the animals' territory. So he could be correct under his philosophy, but even under his philosophy, he's not correct, because under his philosophy, animals would have to have the right to own property. They have to have the right and the ability to own property.
So I'm going to say it on this stream then, since I guess Michael McCaffrey has decided that Carson is not allowed to run his own live stream without him. So it's really cool because
No. He's able to talk to other vegans and other low-hanging fruit of anti-vegans.
Okay.
But with me, I don't think that Carson is allowed to go one-on-one anymore.
Well, the thing is that Carson contacted me, but I was too busy. This was like 3 weeks ago. So he invited me on, and I am willing to go on with him. And the problem is that if you have seen me, you have seen JD. No, I'm joking. It's like I might not be a master level, but I'm pretty close and I can handle myself. So I'll go on, Carson, but me and you alone, right? Me and you alone.
Yeah, he'll take you on.
I'm willing to do it Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Okay, Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. I would like to come on your channel. If your father's there, Michael, can you just let him know, because obviously I know you're gonna go see him tonight and tuck him in. So if he doesn't come on, I'm gonna go, JD. It's been long enough, but please call me if ever he forgets he's a vegan and decides he's a man. All right, see ya. I'm out of here.
Okay, thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
Talk
thanks for having me, man.
Here, Dennis, Happy Valley Free Range Farm. I think Carson is purposefully wasting Garland Farm's time. Here's the deal, is that he cannot waste my time, because he and Michael are the only ones that think that their tactics are effective. Most people will see what they're doing, and it actually makes veganism, it sheds a bad light on veganism. So it seems like it's a bad time, but it depends on what your goal is. My goal is to expose veganism, and so these tactics are actually they actually backfire. Looks like Michael's on. You there, Michael?
Hey, I'm here. I'm not in the best service, so if it's no good, just let me know. I can drop off.
I can hear you really well.
Okay. Yeah, I got 4 bars right now, but I can only stay here for a few minutes. Did you want me to clarify anything there?
Yeah, clarify what you think needed to be clarified.
Oh, okay. So I think I was listening to the stream a little bit behind, so I don't know what you guys were talking about just straight away. The last thing I was listening to was around what's your co-host name there?
Jason.
When Jason was going through the impact of crop agriculture on animal suffering and well-being, and then you gave your take of what my response to that would be, which was that I wouldn't care about those because they were trespassing on the crops, or on my crops, and therefore they had a negative rights violation against me, and that kind of open them up for me to kill them. Yeah, so I can clarify that that's not exactly my position. You're right that it's about negative. Go ahead.
Okay, now you're breaking. Now you're breaking up, Michael. You might need to back up a few steps.
I'm sitting still. What was the last thing you heard?
That it's not a rights violation. That it's a negative rights violation.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was saying it is about a negative rights violation, but it's about a negative rights violation towards the animal. It's less about their negative rights violation towards me, meaning that I can do whatever to them. What I don't want to do is like deliberately cause harm to something directly. And so if me taking an action of that's sort of just living my life, if that has some negative effect, like buying a smartphone causes some people somewhere maybe having a chance of being into slavery or something, but it's sort of difficult to tie that together. I would care less about that than I would about like pushing somebody into traffic or something, right?
Okay, let me ask you a hypothetical. This is not a hypothetical, just a straight question. Have you ever ran over an animal with your vehicle?
I've been in a vehicle that has done it. I honestly can't remember if I've done it myself or not.
Okay, let's say hypothetically that every time you went to the grocery store, you ran over 20 dogs.
Yeah.
And that would be unintentional, but it was a constant. Like every time you went to the supermarket, you would run over 20 dogs.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, don't you have to take responsibility for that since you know that it's happening?
Totally. If I had like a different way of ordering those groceries or something that would not contribute to that, I think that I would take that option. If the alternative was like kill my dog and eat it, I would rather run over the 20 dogs accidentally than kill my dog and eat it, or kill my neighbor's dog and eat it.
Can I ask a few questions so I can go to bed?
Is that a fair answer? Like, did you feel that answered your question properly?
Well, I think that you how did you describe that? Externalities. You changed the hypothetical so drastically that it kind of neutered the hypothetical. You know, I was just looking for you to stay within the hypothetical that I asked. So you altered the hypothetical so much that it reduced the meaning of what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, but I think when presented with a hypothetical, I think it's fair to answer it directly and then provide additional context that might clarify your views. That's what I was trying to do. If I didn't mean to avoid the hypothetical. The question is, yes, I would take some responsibility for the 20 dogs that I was killing, and how about extra context.
What if you lived right next door to me, and I had committed to providing you free beef for the next 3 years, and so I could feed you for 3 years off of one cow, and you had the choice of either allowing me to provide you free meat and the prospect of killing only one animal for the next 3 years, or you could drive to the supermarket every other day and kill 20 dogs every time you drive to the supermarket to buy your plants.
Yeah. And am I zeroing out the externalities in this hypothetical? Like there was no other deaths associated with the raising of this cow that you had and so forth?
Yeah, this is grass fed. There's not going to be any other animals killed other than maybe what the insects that the cow steps on when it's walking around in the pasture. And you've already said that the insects don't matter unless they're associated with honey.
Sorry, did I say that? When did I say that?
Well, I think that we established that the other night.
Anyway, I don't remember that, but we can go into that if you want, or I can try to answer the question.
Try to answer the question.
Okay. And so there would definitely be some number of dogs that were run over, at which point I would cross my threshold and I would take your cow. I'm not exactly sure what that number would be. It would probably be somewhere between 100 and 1,000.
Well, let's see. There's 365 in a year divided by 2. So every other day to the supermarket would be 182.5 trips times 20 dogs. That's 3,650 dogs.
Yeah. So I think
versus
that
one
would cross
cow.
my threshold. That would cross my threshold.
Okay.
Maybe I
Where
got-
is your?
Mind if I ask a few questions?
Are you able to determine where that threshold is? I mean, is it 3,000? Is it 2,000? Is it 1,000? How many dogs are you willing to kill in order to save one cow?
Yeah, well, I think I said somewhere between 100 and 1,000 would probably be my threshold. Sorry, there's a police officer. I'm pulled over on the road right now, and there's a police officer that is coming up to our car. Just let me.
Oh my
I
gosh!
think he'll come talk to me. I just gotta jump off for a sec. Sorry.
Tell
Okay.
him you're vegan. He'll let you go.
Okay, I will tell them.
Take the comment off because I've been hanging on this ledge.
Oh. Okay.
No, I just want to ask him the question, my question, my diet, vegan diet, how many's death, and I just want to hear him say it.
You want to hear him say what? I can tell you what he'll say.
I want the pleasure of him doing it.
Can you tell me so I can predict, so I can try to predict what he's going to say?
Hearing, okay.
He's talking to a police
probably getting
officer.
arrested. Yeah. Okay. So no, it was exactly like we were saying, like my diet, right? How many deaths we've acknowledged 2, and that could be over in more than a year. Then he's acknowledging, I'm assuming this, that's why I want to make sure that reasonably 1,000 wild animals, which, okay. And that's what I wanted to know. I can bring that number down to 20. It doesn't matter. Because even if there's 3 deaths my way and there's 20 deaths his way, it's always going to be a non-controlled death, getting squished,
He doesn't care. If he didn't intend for the animal to die.
Right. But that's
he
why
jumped
there's
off.
another thing I want to ask.
He must be getting arrested.
Hey? Yeah,
he jumped off. He must be getting arrested.
All right. So what I wanted to ask him was, okay, due to your more philosophical idea, do the 1,000 animals, okay, that you're killing, okay, and you're doing it in a way that you feel morally justified, and then there's the 3 of mine. Do the 1,000 wild animals give a shit? Like what you're feeling about it? It doesn't matter, right? They're suffering.
Well, you have to understand that they had to move the goalposts there. That's where they had to go. That was the only way that they could continue the charade, is by changing the meaning of veganism. Because it used to be about harm and suffering, and now it's about negative rights violations, and he's back.
Right.
You okay, Michael?
Yeah, because I'd like to go.
You're not in handcuffs.
Did you bribe him? Michael, can I ask just basically the same question that I was asking in the comments, right? So you heard my diet.
Yeah, it's funny, Jason. I told them I was vegan, and they told me I was killing 1,000 dogs a year. It was weird.
1,000. Well,
sorry,
you know
go
what?
ahead.
You should have said no. I only kill pigs because
oh, jeez.
Yeah, but seriously, it's just basically the question. See, I want to eat ethically as well, right? So what I'm doing, as you probably heard, is getting my 32 chickens. Now the 32 chickens, if I'm not slaughtering for meat and stuff like that, like those annoying vegans, they had a pet chicken. So I don't see a problem. Those chickens are plopping out those eggs anyways.
But you're breeding them into existence. That's the crime.
I just want to go through. It's because you have heard them do it over and over. I haven't had. I want the benefit of the cherry popping experience here. So, were you acknowledging that that there might be 1,000 deaths related to you, the wild animals that are
No,
unintentional?
no, I was getting called out for not being willing to guess. So I guess so.
Yeah, no, but
that was my best guess, but I have no idea.
Yeah, but you do have like the benefit of knowing where I was trying to get at it, and like for me, I think that it's like death is inevitable. Okay, it's just the fact. In fact, like those wild animals, they die horrible deaths, usually getting eaten balls first or something like that. So all that I'm saying is, if I'm trying to be as ethical as possible, and I calculate that I am creating less than 2 deaths for well over a year for my whole family. Okay, not to mention we eat pretty much protein and fat, so we fast a lot, and I easily 96 days, because I can easily do 5 and 2. So that's also 96 days of not requiring consuming. I'm not a consumer for 96 days. Okay, so that should be significant. And then I'm just going to finish with.
Not really.
Okay, like, fine. I'm almost finished, and then you can say it. So the other thing is, I don't know what the new definition is, but I care about suffering. Okay. Total suffering. And to me, a reasonable equation would be the intensity times the duration. Okay. You can disagree, but I'm just saying, I want you to hear, like,
I don't personally. Yeah, for sure. I think that's
like, I want to say, this is my rationale, and then I want you to morally judge me and see where we come. Okay. So,
so a couple of quick things.
You know, we all care about animals. We want to minimize our suffering, and we also want to minimize fossil fuel and the climate. So I mean, do you stop consuming food for 3 months roughly?
Well, okay, so
no, just a question, yes or no?
Well, no, of course not.
Okay, so just 1 second, because I got to go to bed. My wife's I'm whipped, so you know I'm on.
You're throwing a lot at me. I'm trying to keep it all straight, but go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is that it should be about the duration and intensity of suffering. I'm asking that, you know, there's also vegans sometimes jump on the climate because they want everything. Don't you think that me, okay, causing 2 deaths for well over a year, and not only the deaths, okay, I know that the cow was not, like, they're out in the grass, so good lifestyle. The slaughtering is, let's look at the suffering. The intensity is quick, right? And the duration is quick. So if those 2 animals, I just did a blip of suffering, okay? A blip of suffering, 2 animal deaths, okay? For well over a year, as well as me not using the resources, because I'm the kind of guy now eating this way. I do not consume food for 3 months. Lowering also all of the emissions. Now, would this, would you consider this ethical? And does, like, I know that negative morale, that's I'm not that smart, but when it comes to suffering, I'm gonna have
a lot of trouble keeping it straight if you ask another one. Sorry. Do you want me to jump in, or do you want to keep going?
Well, all I'm saying is you came up with this new thing, negative something. I want to say is, do the 1,000 animals that you used a special word so you could say you're okay with it? Do the 1,000 animals, those little furries, compared to my 3, do they give a flying fuck about how you're calculating? There's 1,000 animals that suffered for a long time because they didn't, like, they got poisoned, or they got, like, you know, it was a slow process. So look, you can do mental gymnastics, but unless you say that,
let's let him answer.
Suffering, I am less of a consumer, therefore I put less of fossil fuel imprint. I'm better for the climate, and I'm encouraging local. So tell me where, and literally I'm creating less deaths. I want you to tell me, as a vegan, that that I'm worse off than you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So a lot to respond to. I'm going to try. If I miss something, just let me know, and I will try to respond there.
I don't have vegan brain fog, so I'll remember each thing.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, B12. Okay. So, okay. First, super quick thing on the don't eat for 92 days a year or something. My position on that, I feel like if you have research contradicting this, please show it. But my position is that the total amount of calories would still be equal if you're maintaining your weight. Most likely, I don't think that like.
So you mean I stop eating? I don't eat anything for 3 months, and then I eat all of that more.
If you don't lose weight, if you're maintaining a weight through like year over year, yes, you would. The way
I eat only when I'm hungry, and most of the time days go by sometimes because what I'm eating is so nutritious.
Anyway, so what my position there is that you would eat the same number of calories as if you weren't fasting. So if you have research on that to show that I'm wrong, please show it.
It's called math. Okay, dude, it's called math.
No.
Okay.
No.
Continue.
Well,
next.
Okay, well, math isn't really an answer to that.
No,
I can tell you why.
I don't know how to do math because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. 3.5 months, I'm not eating, okay, and I'm satiated. I'm not eating because I feel full. Why would I start consuming more? Okay,
he's using the calories in, calories out. He's saying that if you're not losing weight, it wouldn't matter if you fasted 150 days. That if you're not losing weight, then the days that you are eating, then you must be doubling up because you're not losing weight. Give him that.
Michael,
let's move on to the next one.
Do you think? Do you think 300 calories of sugar will do the same thing as 300 calories of protein and 300 calories of fat? Same calories.
I'm not sure you mean by do the same thing, but nutritionally certainly not.
Only glucose.
Nutritionally, he said nutritionally no. He doesn't believe that it would be the same.
Right. In fact, it would not be because sugar is not a building block. So sugar, you can only fill to a certain amount the glycogen reserves. And obviously, if your cells need it, okay? So if you're eating something that is mostly sugar, right, you're eating empty calories because there's no nutrients in it. It offers no body structure or body composition. So you're eating a lot of that. And our body is made of fat, cholesterol, and protein. The brain is 80% fat. All of our cells is fat. All of the nervous system, a myelin sheet is fat. Our hormones are fat. Everything is fat. Okay. You guys avoid like a plague the fat. The small amount that you're allowed.
How do you figure? I don't. What are you talking about? That's
what?
Not at
Where
all.
do you get your fat? Where do you get your fat?
Tons of places. Like oil is one.
Where?
Oil would be one.
I just said oil. I said the only place is omega-6. Maybe you didn't know that.
He's saying that he's not avoiding oil.
I'm not avoiding oil.
Perfect. That's wonderful. Okay. So what kind of oil? What about the saturated fat? Is there saturated fat in that oil?
Very little. Think saturated fat is unhealthy. He says.
Yeah, but you do realize that the fat soluble vitamins reside in saturated fat, though. You know that? Okay. So what will happen if you're eating 300 calories of sugar compared to 300 calories of protein? Do you think that if we did this, each one of us for, let's say, 14 days, do you think that the body composition would be the same? Considering I'm eating protein that's serving something and it's also providing sugar. Did you know protein?
I think this is outside the scope of the original conversation. Let's get back to the question.
Let's go back to it, Jason. If you have like something that summarizes this up, if you made a video or if you want to just
it's very simple.
If you know of a study or something, just send me whatever research.
I
just
killed
like
3 animals and it was quick.
Okay.
You killed at least 50.
Hold on.
It took a long time. I don't need a study. I don't need math.
That's not what I was asking for a study for. I'm trying to move on to that and say, just to wrap up the calorie thing, if you have any sort of resources, or if you want to summarize it yourself somehow,
Dude,
or send me a video.
If you're eating only calories and sugar, what do you think's going to happen?
I'm not saying to eat only
This isn't an argument about nutrition.
It's not about calories. That what you're eating, the different macronutrients have different hormonal influences.
This has nothing even to do with what I said. I just said if you fast and maintain the same weight, you'll end up overeating some days and undereating some days.
Okay,
that's my position. And I said, all right.
What's the last part? Can you justify your 1,000 animals compared to mine? The 3 animals that are dead within seconds compared to yours.
All right.
Explain and then I have to go to bed.
All right. So you said you cared mostly about the suffering, or maybe only about the suffering. And in which case I would say, if the way that you reached the conclusion that your diet was preferable is by figuring out which diet caused the less suffering, which it seemed like yours likely did. If the other diets you evaluated caused more suffering, like the many animals that would be killed, I think that's consistent. I said that right away when you asked the question. What's my position against that? My position is that suffering is not the only thing that matters. There's other things that we don't want to do to sentient beings, like breed them into existence, like keep them imprisoned, like forcibly impregnate them, and so forth, right? And kill them ultimately. So those things also factor into my
all that matters
moral
is suffering,
theory.
dude.
No, I do care. I do care about suffering.
No, you don't, because you know what? You're telling me 1,000 deaths that your diet creates and 3 deaths from mine that would literally 2 actually. I talked about a cow and a lamb, and it's a split second. And dude, like we're talking about like seconds of suffering, and you're trying to do mental gymnastics to say that.
And I said if suffering is the only thing that you value as a utilitarian, I gave you an example.
What do you mean?
I gave many examples. Like we all, for example, value our freedom, we value our life, we value not being imprisoned or not having our like certain rights stripped from us. So like there's other things that you and I value other than suffering. And I think
you do realize that animals aren't sad when their rights are violated, right?
I think they are when certain rights are violated. Yes. I think that rights that are relevant to animals.
One right is the right of vegans to kill 1,000 animals slowly and say that they still are justified. That's a right too.
Yeah, well, that's an equivocation, because you're using that word in 2 different ways. So,
look, Michael, do wild animals?
I'm going to go, JD. I just wanted to have my chance at making him look stupid. See you guys.
Bye. Michael, are you there? You there?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Do wild animals living in a natural ecosystem have rights?
Okay, so 2 different types of rights. I'll answer the question. I'll say yes, but to your question, but can I clarify what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So like negative rights, positive rights. Positive rights are rights to do something. So like I wouldn't give an animal in the wild the right to vote or something, or the right to come into my house, but I would give them negative rights. I would afford them negative rights. So rights from something. So like rights from being hurt, rights from being imprisoned, rights from being like annoyed like incessantly for days at a time by throwing, acorns at them, like whatever, right? I would afford negative rights, certain negative rights to wild animals.
Okay, so do wild animals have the negative right not to have their homes destroyed, to be either killed on sight or ran away, displaced?
Yes.
Okay. Or is there any crop that provides the vegan menu that is in a location that wasn't originally
absolutely
a wild habitat belonging to animals, wild animals?
Absolutely.
So aren't those negative rights violations?
Yes, they are.
So those 1,000 deaths that you said that you would be responsible for annually would be negative rights violations?
Yes. Yes. So there are negative rights violations. This isn't the other consideration is the severity of the negative rights violation. So just as an example, with some of the ones I listed, like with the annoying a wild animal with an acorn versus killing something, I think that I would rather do the negative right violation if I could only pick two, like one of two options. One of them was annoy 1,000 animals with acorns for a month straight, and the other one was kill a single animal. I would do the annoy 1,000 with acorns. It's the lesser right violation. So the way that I view our crop agriculture is that it's the lesser right violation. I hate it, Garland. And you've actually helped me understand the magnitude of it a lot more than I did before. But I do view it. I view claiming property that's not yours and defending it to be a lesser rights violation than breeding into existence and killing.
When you say breeding into existence, what do you mean? Because I've never mounted a cow. I'm not breeding any of my animals. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So artificially inseminating would be one example.
I've never artificially inseminated any of my livestock.
Sure. So I would extend that as well to a lesser extent. Albeit, I would extend that as well to things like, if let's suppose I had a bunch of slaves and I wanted to like have more baby slaves that would grow into old slaves.
A slave is someone that is forced to work. Yeah. I don't force my animals to do any labor.
No. The value the animal provides you is it's meat. The value the slave provides me is its labor. I'm just using that as an analogy because the thing I'm talking about is
right.
breeding.
But I think slave is the wrong. Slavery doesn't really fit the bill here. Words mean things, so let's try to use a word that fits the scenario.
It's not the relevant part of what I'm trying to compare.
So far, I'm not involved in animal slavery. I'm not involved with breeding into existence.
No.
These animals are breeding naturally, and they're more than happy to do so.
That's what I'm trying to explain. You are involved in breeding into existence in the same way that. Okay, can I finish the slave analogy? Because it has nothing to do with slaves. It's just the fact that I own them. That's the only thing it has to do. Let's say I was raising them for meat, whatever, right? Like if I am, I'm causing these animals to come into existence by the situation I've created for them, such that they will be owned by me, so that I can do with them as I please, basically. That's a lesser form. I don't think it's as bad as forcibly artificially inseminating, but I think it is still a rights violation.
By allowing them to breed on their own is a rights violation?
And for you to own them as soon as they're alive, yes. For you to claim that animal's child as yours, and yeah.
What is your evidence that proves that a cow would rather not be born than to live a happy life on a farm?
I don't have evidence, and whether they were happier or not would be consistent with my view. Like it could be either way.
What do you think when these animals breed on their own and they go through a courtship and they're showing each other affection and they're copulating and giving birth, and they show affection and care to their offspring? What do you think is driving these animals to copulate and reproduce?
Their biology. Were you going for something else?
Wouldn't you admit that they have a desire and an instinct to perpetuate their genetic
heritage. Totally.
And you don't think that it's a negative rights violation to take that away from them?
Yes, it is. Like if left with two choices, where one choice was like own slaves intergenerationally forever, or just push a button and they'd poof off the planet, I would, even though both are a rights violation, I would poof them off the planet. I think that's the lesser of rights violations.
Well, again, you're using the slaves, and my animals are not slaves.
Whatever.
You've got to come up with something that fits, because slaves doesn't fit.
Well, the relevant part of why I'm using slaves is because you own them. So, but yeah, sure, animals.
Yeah, well, I own them, and you know, there's certain differences between animals and human beings, like they cannot purchase land, for instance. So however much you would like for humans and cows to be exactly equal, we can't live in that world.
Equal. Yeah, I don't want that.
But I think, again, you're dismissing the fact that what you're proposing is to steal these animals' ability to pass on their genetic heritage when they're obviously naturally driven to do so. They are showing that they want their genes to go on into the future.
Like, are you suggesting that my position would necessitate needing to help them do that?
I think what you're proposing is a negative rights violation of, I mean, this is the mother of all negative rights violations, and that's to steal a species, to rob them of their ability to perpetuate their genetic heritage.
I disagree. I don't place any value other than external value on a species. I place value on the individuals within the species. So yes,
you don't think
I do think that there would be a huge rights violation to just like kill all the cows, for example. But I think that would also be a virtuous thing, because as long as like it had a net positive impact on future rights violations that we were protecting them from. Right. So like if the alternative was those cows live their life in being owned on a farm, and they're contained, and they're killed for their meat, and then their children are taken onto the farm and live the same life ad perpetuity. I think the killing is the lesser of the rights violation than the killing in perpetuity.
Well, everything that lives is going to die, right?
Right. But
so you think that just because an animal is eventually going to die, that you can justify the negative right violation of robbing them of the ability to perpetuate their genetic heritage into the future?
No. Not just because they're going to die, because the alternative in the dichotomy we were discussing is being killed in perpetuity, and their kids being killed and their kids being killed.
Well, again, they're going to die, their kids are going to die, every generation dies, and you know, some humans are going to be, in other words, if you had a time machine and you could go into the future, and let's say 10 years into the future, and compile a list of every human being that was going to be murdered, that would give you the green light to come back and castrate their parents because they were going to end up being murdered?
No, not at all. But so if there was a race of humans that were going to, just for whatever reason, the rest of us thought that they weren't of the same value, and we couldn't make like a social system to include them, if the alternative was they would in perpetuity be owned by people and farmed, and their kids would be owned and farmed and killed, I would think that the virtuous thing would be to exterminate that race. Wouldn't you?
So you would.
Sorry, am I supposed to be reading
You
this?
think
Does it
it's
say less than 10% of nations' beef cows are bred using artificial insemination, with the majority of these breedings taking place in the seed stock? And okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, there's a misconception in the vegan community that beef cows are generally bred using artificial insemination, and that's not true.
Yeah, I think that's the worst way. But I think just the fact that you are kind of claiming ownership, like creating the conditions for an animal to be bred into your possession, I think is the fundamental wrong. And you can do that in worse ways by, raping or by artificial insemination or whatever. But
so so we're talking about a species that has a natural desire to perpetuate its genetic heritage into future generations. And you think that me making that possible for them is worse than you robbing them of that ability to follow that natural desire that they have to further their genetic heritage into future generations. You think that you're somehow more moral because you want to rob them of that?
Yes, I do. Like, obviously, you're using words that that sort of poison the well a little bit. I'm not trying to accuse you of a fallacy. I'm just saying, like, when you say rob them and you use this emotive language, like, you can frame up either side like that, right? But yes, no, I agree with that.
Well, you're still trying to frame me as practicing slavery, so I could say the same thing about you. So let's try to stay consistent in all areas so that you don't come across as hypocritical. I'm just trying to do you a favor.
Yeah, I appreciate the favor. I'm just trying, like, when I'm describing how I would respond to your hypotheticals, and I'm using analogies of slaves. That's not me trying to say you are a slave owner. But if asked,
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Remember, I'm very good at making follow-up videos using people's words against them. So don't deny things that you've said.
No, I'm not denying, but you're not. Remember what I said. The word, the relevant part of the slave had nothing to do with the fact that they were human or that they were like they worked for you. The relevant part was that they were owned. So yes, I think in the same way that you own a slave, you own the animals, and I think in both cases it's wrong.
Well, have you ever seen those jokes about, like, cats? The human owners think that they own the cats, but the cats actually know that they're the ones that own the human, right? The humans are the ones that are working.
Seen those jokes. Yeah, I've seen those jokes.
Well, that's kind of what it's like to raise cattle and goats regeneratively, is that I'm the one that's a slave to them and not the other way around. So you've got to factor in all aspects of this symbiotic relationship that I have with my livestock, is that they're providing for me something that I need, and I'm providing them something that they need. They have the strongest desire that they have is to copulate with their own species and push that genetic heritage into future generations. That's what they live for, and I'm providing them a place to do that. And
Darling,
care.
Are you, I'm just curious. Have you heard of a guy named JF?
No.
You should look him up. He's because this is his position. He's the only one who I've ever heard actually claim to hold this position, and I actually think it's one of the most logically consistent arguments against veganism. I don't think it's a good argument because I think it just like it seems just wacky to me. But I think it is logically consistent. Is this a real position you hold?
Yeah.
So you think that any amount of harm, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to strawman, I'm just asking, is any amount of harm justifiable as long as you're helping a species propagate their genetic, their genes?
No, you and I went round and round with this line of questioning the other day. I do not think that any amount of harm, I've just like you, I've got a threshold.
Okay.
You're willing to kill 1,000 animals a year when I'm only killing 3. So you got a different threshold and you can rationalize that. I think that's wacky. You think that I'm wacky because I know that this species wants to continue perpetuating its genetic heritage, and I'm caring for them and providing them a safe place that allows them to do what they desire to do. And you're trying to argue that it's better to rob them of that right and force them into extinction. Robbing them of that's the ultimate rights violation, is to steal an entire species of its genetic heritage.
Yeah, because I don't value like the species, like I don't value things at a species level. I value them at an individual level. And
no,
I know you're
but
saying
each
that the individual, I know you're
each
saying
one
that
of those individuals belongs to the
Let me finish.
species. So we're talking about so
That's the
many
worst
individuals that it constitutes the entire species. A
Yeah,
species is made up of individuals.
Yes, and I think the stronger argument, which I think you were making, is that the individual values the propagation of their genes, and that's your point. Is like you're helping the individual. It matters not that you're helping the species; you're helping the individual. That's what you're saying, right?
Right. That's one level, but when your rights violations to individuals is so profound that it wipes out an entire species. Now we're talking about so many individuals who have been robbed of their rights.
Yeah,
that it becomes the greater harm.
Well, not in my view, because in my view, like them being farmed in perpetuity and having all of those rights violations against them in perpetuity is the greater.
Again, you're poisoning. I'm not going to say you're poisoning the well, but you're framing it in a way that fits your narrative. Whenever I told you before that I'm not breeding anything into existence, they're driven to breed themselves into existence, and I'm just giving them a safe place in order to perpetuate that genetic heritage into future generations. So
I think that I don't think that it's well, I gotta think about that one because I think this is an interesting line to go down. It's like my gut, Garland, is to think that like if you're creating a prison, let's say, and it's like
that's framing it. You're framing it.
No, I'm trying to tell you that how I'm thinking through this. Is that okay? Like, I'm not trying to frame anything.
It's a prison in the way that a chocolate factory would be a prison for children.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. A chocolate factory prison, let's say. So you create a chocolate factory prison, and this is like what I'm saying. This is why it's hard for me to get my head around this argument, is because if I just have children come into this chocolate factory prison and I'm like, well, they're happy, like I can, kill them and eat them when they're 18 and that's fine. It seems weird to me that like I can provide a safe space. All they care about is breeding and whatever. Once their grandchildren have reached age they can survive at, I can just all of a sudden do whatever I want. Like I don't something with it just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, and it doesn't sit right with me either that you're willing to run over 1,000 dogs to save one cow, and you're willing to
not to save
all
the cow.
those negative rights violations.
No, Garland.
Same thing with
not
the
quite right.
crops.
That's a straw man. I didn't say I would run over 100 dogs to save a cow. I said I would choose to not kill a cow if the alternative was to drive to a grocery store for my food instead, and accidentally, 100 dogs would die or whatever, right? Like that's a big difference from my frame, because I value the negative rights violation.
It's not once you know that it's happening, it's no longer an accident. Okay, so it's like this. Yeah, it's like this. If you're a police officer and you're chasing a serial killer who has acted in a way that warrants being shot, and you're pursuing them, and they run into a crowded room, and you just begin to open fire in this crowded room, and you kill 100 people in addition to the serial killer that you were targeting, you don't get a pass for that collateral damage. You can claim that it was an accident, but you're still going to be held accountable. And that's the same thing that would happen if you knew every time that you went to the grocery store that you were going to be killing 20 dogs, and because you were going to run over them. Yeah, the first time it happened, you could say, oh, that was an accident. Can't believe I ran over 20 dogs. But after like the 100th time, and you figure out that, wow, every time I drive to the supermarket, I run over 100 dogs or 20 dogs, then you'd have to, at some point, it's no longer an accident, right? At some point, you have to take responsibility for it.
I just want to point out that you are doing some crazy hypotheticals about killing dogs. Like, I'm totally cool to engage with them because I like hypotheticals. I'm just saying that these ones are coming from you, and they do seem kind of wacky, which is totally fine with me. I'm just saying, like, don't use that argument against me when I give
you guys were asking me hypotheticals about talking chimpanzees.
Totally. I'm cool with it. I'm just saying, don't say that like it goes one way but not the other.
The fact is that these accidental deaths are not accidental after the first one.
Yeah, but let me respond to the thing. So you said, first of all, if you shot a criminal running through a crowded thing, you're not the cow isn't the criminal, right? Like it would be shooting a child in the head or something, an innocent someone in the head, or doing something that probably is going to cause death indirectly. It's like, geez, man, it feels really bad to pull that trigger into that child's head, even though I know that there's going to be more suffering caused by the alternative action. It's like, this is like the moral struggle for me with this. It's like the rights violation does carry more weight than the less connected, indirect harm that's done. But yeah, there is a threshold, and I'm like, that's why I'm enjoying these conversations, because I'm learning, and that will adjust where I set my thresholds. But Garland, I do got to run pretty quick here. It's getting kind of dark, and I have to boat back out to my cottage. Is there anything else real quick before I go?
No, I think we can continue this conversation on a later date.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Have a good rest of the stream. See you later.
Good night. Be safe. Okay. Let's see. You guys have any questions for me before we wrap up here? Hope y'all enjoyed the debate, the reaction video, the data that we tried to make readily available to you. But it's almost 10 p.m. here. I'm going to go inside and take a shower. I've been working. Got a little sweat on earlier today. Happy Valley Free Range Farm. If you go back in this video, you'll see reaction to a video of from Earthling Ed debating what has to be a fake meat eater, a vegan activist posing as a meat eater. But anyhow, thank you all so much for coming on, or for watching. I appreciate the support, and we'll see you again very soon.